So seeing that we have all of our board members, good evening, everyone. I am calling this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education back to order. We will begin with item 4.1, the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you, President Ryan. Please stand. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 4.2, our broadcast statement. Our broadcast statement will be read this evening by Student Board Member Shea.
Good evening. This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, November 23rd at noon and Wednesday, November 25th at 6 p.m. and also webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments, which are posted on our website, or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public were also provided the opportunity to speak to the board during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak during the meeting submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it is your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you, Board Member Shake. Item 4.3, our stellar student. This evening, we have the honor of getting to recognize Gabrielle Duarte, an 8th grade student at Sam Brannan Middle School. Our board member recognition of our student our student honoree will be done by Board Member Lisa Morawski.
Thank you so much, President Ryan. It's my honor to recognize Gabriella Duarte. Gabriella is an 8th grader at Sam Brannan, and her teachers report that her grades have greatly improved since taking part in our Learning Hub at Sam Brannan. She comes prepared. She does not have to be asked to log in. She gets along great and is a great model for her peers, is doing great following all of the PPE and all of the protocols we have put in place. Her teachers are so happy that she's receiving this recognition. And Gabriella, I just want to say how proud of you we are. And I'm so glad that you've been able to take part in our learning hubs. I'm glad that it's working out for you, and I'm glad that you can join us here tonight. I would love to hear from you if you want to unmute yourself and or put your camera on. That's fine. And so let me just give you an opportunity to say hello and tell us a little bit about yourself.
And I know I saw Gabriella on the line, although I'm not seeing her name right now. Do we still have Gabriella with us?
Oh yeah, I did see her as well. Maybe she popped off. Well, maybe we can come back to that item if she rejoins us. But just Gabriella, know how proud of you we are, and you deserve this recognition.
Absolutely. And Gabriella, please, if you come back, make sure that you, in the message board, let one of our staff members know so we can give you an opportunity to provide comment. We are so proud of your efforts to continue to learn and grateful to be able to applaud you this evening for your hard work.
It looks like she's back on, President Ryan.
Wonderful. Gabriella, would you like to say a few words?
I'm saying it right now.
We can hear you. Wonderful, Gabriella. You're online.
I'm sorry, we actually missed everything. We got logged off.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. We were just applauding Gabriella for being such a diligent learner and expressing our gratitude for the way she's leaned in to her scholarly work as part of the Learning Hub, and just wanted to provide Gabriella with a quick opportunity to say a few words.
Yeah.
She says she has no words to say.
Oh, well, Gabriella, we appreciate the work that you're putting into each and every day of our Learning Hub. And once again, we are so proud of you and your persistence and look forward to continuing to support you on your educational journey.
Keep up the good
Thank
work,
you.
Gabriella.
Yes, and to your family, thank you also for supporting Gabriella in her success.
Yep.
Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President, 2 matters to report out. They are special education settlement agreements, and by a unanimous vote on both, the board approved OEH case number 20200-50805 and 20200-90408. That concludes the announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Barron. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Our student preferential vote?
Aye.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries. Item 7.0, special presentation. This evening, we have a very important and timely conversation given the recent adjustments in the health ratings due to COVID-related spikes that we've seen in Sacramento County and beyond. This evening, 7.1 is the adoption of conditions of readiness for the reopening of school. We'll hear from various departments about metrics whereby, according to the Sacramento County Department of Health, we will assess a school district's viability for reopening.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, our Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability for Sac City Unified. Tonight, we will be taking you through the adoption of the conditions of readiness for school reopening. Important to recognize, as Board President Ryan spoke to, we're currently in a purple status. And so even over the course of 2 weeks, we've seen changing conditions as we brought the draft metrics to you just 2 weeks ago, and things have changed dramatically. But in the context of reopening and our readiness to reopen, we are confident these put the district in the best position for a safe return for students, staff, and our families once overall community spread has diminished. If we go to the next slide. And so we incorporate everything within the context of our return together vision statement. And certainly right now, it's incredibly important to abide by all county health public orders to safely serve as many students as possible through in-person instruction. But of course, recognizing right now with the significant community spread, we'll be reaching towards this as an aspirational goal in the next several weeks. And we'll certainly be speaking to the conditions of readiness that we are working on right now so that once community spread is reduced to a level where we can reopen, we'll have everything in place and ready to reopen safely. We go to the next slide. Most, if not all, everyone viewing this presentation is familiar with the levels of county risk. And of course, going from widespread, which is where we are currently rated, to minimal. Ultimately, as we think about reopening, this is incredibly important to acknowledge the importance of containing community spread. Of course, this is not something the district controls, but together and collaboratively, all of us are deeply committed to creating the conditions of safety for everyone in our community. Go to the next slide. And this brings home the point, 2 weeks ago, as we were talking about the case rate, we were thinking and hoping that as we were in red, hoping to bend towards orange, there was an element of seeing the case rate modestly tick up. But actually, of course, in the last 2 weeks, we've seen it increase dramatically. And so as we think about safety, this is mission critical and foundational to the work of the district staff. And as you'll see through the metrics, we believe these metrics are in place to ensure safety for everyone. And the next couple of slides, Victoria Flores, our Director of Student Support Services and Health, will take you through some of the implications that we're dealing with currently.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Yeah, so what does this mean for us now currently in Sac City that we're in the purple tier? So we know that schools not already open to all students must remain in distance learning. We must remain closed. So those schools that did start a phased reopening or already reopened are allowed to remain open as long as they continue, but we still have to remain closed. Of course, we know it's incredibly important for us to continue to follow all of those public health mitigation measures when we have any students or any staff on our campus. So we really need to double down on that health screening, physical distancing, wearing our face coverings, and those sanitation practices. And most importantly here, we talk about that flexibility and agility. And so we keep a very keen eye to any changes that might be coming out from our California Department of Public Health or Sac County Public Health. And this question of timeline comes up for a lot of us. What does this mean? What time can we do this? This last bullet gives us a little bit of a window into that timeline. We know that counties must remain in the assigned purple tier for a minimum of 3 weeks. We moved into that tier on November 10th. So we know the earliest we could move out is November 24th. And then we can't move into the red tier until we've had a solid 2 weeks, consecutive weeks of meeting all of the metrics for that red tier. And that's really to make sure that our transmission rates are stable or declining, coming down. So we know that as long as we're staying in this purple zone pretty solidly or even continuing to go up, we have quite a ways, quite a timeline in front of us here. And one of the biggest people gathering together. We tend to let our guards down when we're with those that we're closest. And so we do really, implore all of our community to really be mindful. And if you do gather, to do it safely outdoors with physical distancing and with face coverings, even with your close family. Next slide, please. So what does this mean for Sac City Unified, for our students and our staff, and how do we continue to support them? There are some bright spots here. We do know that learning hubs are allowable under the pre-existing California Department of Public Health guidance that spoke to small groups and cohorts. And remember, they came out with this guidance when most schools were closed because we were in the purple zone. So we already have our learning hubs going, and we know that those may continue. We have to keep those cohorts to 16 individuals or less, and a mix of student and staff, and no more than 25% of the entire school population can participate at any one time. That's because you can't really just open school under this guidance. This was really intended to provide supports to our most vulnerable students, our students that might not have a safe place to log in or log on, or just need some additional adult support. And so this is where our early warning system, EIIS, was really helpful so that we could look at every student by name, by need, and try to meet those needs. So those may continue. We also know that our elementary schools may apply for a waiver to conduct in-person instruction. Again, though, this only applies to TK through 6th grade. So if a school, maybe serves a K-8, you can still only do those grades. There is no waiver process that exists for middle or for high school. And another kind of bright spot is that for PE and student athletics, we know that those activities are allowable as long as they're outdoors only. So our students and coaches may get together to do sports conditioning. They may use equipment, all outside, of course, physically distanced, face masked, lots of hand hygiene, practicing safely. So that's what that purple zone means for us now. And at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Harris.
Previously in our prior presentation. And so in the interest of time, won't go over them extensively, but as reminders, as we think about our categories, we framed them in two major broad buckets, the required and the above and beyond. As we think about the framing of them, we're also looking at it through the filters of mitigating exposure and, of course, mitigating exposure. And then finally, we've got an evaluative frame that gives you a sense of where we stand. And for the most part, most of our metrics are indeed approaching our green or yellow with, I think we have at this point just one red metric. So in terms of progress on completing the metrics as a condition for readiness, we're in good shape. Of course, without the notion of dealing with the community spread issue that we have right now. If we could click on the slide, we can bring up those other evaluative frame elements. And that basically gives you the red, yellow, green framework that we saw last board meeting. Go to the next slide. And so these are the measures of the condition of readiness. Again, won't read them out completely to you because you've seen them before, but this again reinforces the framework in which minimizing exposure really means building the force field, right? Eliminating, reducing the risk to the lowest possible level, keeping COVID away. Mitigating exposure really speaks to the notion of, as we face the ongoing risk and when COVID is present, basically mitigating that spread to others through physical barriers and blockages. And so those are metrics that you saw last time that we presented. And then of course the metrics themselves, as we go into the color code, starting with the next slide, you'll see that again, for the vast majority of metrics, we're in green status. And so we'll not, of course, repeat all of them to you, but you can certainly see we made good progress. Again, the daily distribution of the site attendance inspection report is one of these metrics that's ongoing because we get new information, revise the metrics. So that one's in yellow until we finalize the current revision. Go to the next slide. And then Mr. Browning took you through several of these in our last board meeting. Again, we're making progress on them, but that's why you see several of these are in yellow. But again, we're making good progress. And Mr. Browning spoke to you last time. We expect a completion sometime in December. We go to the next slide. And here we have our one red metric in terms of the required face coverings for all grades. This is different than the guidance that's been provided previously of third grade and above. This one will convert to a different color once we adopt our conditions of readiness. But it's red for now because right now the mandate is for third grade and above. If we go to the next slide. And then here are the above and beyond metrics that we spoke to you last time about. You'll see the third-party assessment metric has turned to yellow because of the approval of our going forward contract with PBK. And so again, we're feeling confident as we have these assessments completed. This will be another opportunity for us to affirm that the system has full readiness for reopening. And if we go to the next slide. With that, we'll end the presentation here. We do have the other content experts that you heard from in the previous presentation available if there are additional questions. But at this point, we'll turn back to the board for the consideration of the adoption of our conditions of readiness for school reopening.
Before we take questions from the board, Vincent, we're going to go to public comment. Do we have any public comments on this item, Anne?
Yes, President Ryan, we have 3 public comments. And the first is from Tamana Mohammed Nassim, and it simply says no. Our second public comment is from Amanda Connolly and says, good evening. The other day, my daughter referred to teachers as frontline workers who need our support. I told her that I disagree. I then explained to her that her grandmother, who was a nurse for most of her career and is now a hospital administrator, is a frontline worker. She is essential like teachers are, but unlike teachers, she doesn't get to zoom into her job. She doesn't get to claim, quote, high risk, unquote, status as why she must stay home even though she is at higher risk of COVID due to her age. She has an essential job. If she doesn't do it, her paycheck stops, unlike SCUSD teachers. My mother, who comes face to face with the community to do her job, is a frontline worker. Right now, teachers are essential, but if they're not in a classroom with kids, they are not frontline. My 2 regular attending girls are no longer excited about school or even simply ambivalent. They now hate it. SCUSD better get a plan to be ready to open as soon as the county clears us for opening, or get a waiver now, because with every passing week, I'm more and more convinced that homeschool, as much as my kids didn't enjoy it last time, would still be better than this misery you call, quote, distance learning, unquote. Parents, it's time to start reminding the powers that be about our rights and the social contract that's been broken by the professionals, always arguing about contracts. We pay the taxes, we send our children, and they provide a school to send the children to. They've broken that contract, so we need to stop doing our part until SCUSD and SCTA fix it. If money is all they listen to, we must take it away. And the final comment is from David Fisher, President of Sacramento City Teachers Association. Good evening, I'm David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Yesterday, I joined with the presidents from 10 other CTA locals in Sacramento County in a letter to David Gordon, the Superintendent of the Sacramento County Office of Education, SCOE, and Peter Balinson, the Director of the Sacramento County Department of Health. In our letter, we set forth the conditions for schools to reopen safely in Sacramento County: on-site, regular, and systemic testing, contact tracing and screening, comprehensive safety standards verified by independent third-party experts, and equity across the district, transparency across districts regarding the number of cases, outbreaks, and quarantines. We believe that both Mr. Gordon and Dr. Bielson have failed miserably in their responsibilities by allowing both Folsom Cordova and St. Hope to reopen to in-person instruction after Sacramento County reverted back to the purple tier. Families, students, and staff remain frustrated by the lack of information and transparency coming from SUSD leaders. Rather than being limited by the failed leadership of Gordon and Bielson, SUSD has the opportunity to be a leader in our region by meeting the health and safety needs of our students, staff, and families. And that's the final public comment.
Thank you. And do we have board member comments and questions? And I'm trying my best to be able to, based on Zoom, call everyone upon the order with which they raise their hands. Member Minnick.
Thanks, President Ryan. First, a clarification. So what you're asking of us in this resolution tonight is to prove that all the conditions in this list are to be met prior to us reopening, right? And then the other question, I'll just ask both the questions, and then the other piece is on the red one, the face coverings. And I know that Mr. Harris, you said that the state is requiring grades 3 and up, and we're saying for all grades. And I was just like maybe a little bit of insight of like what we see as the kind of potential additional hurdles to like be able to provide for those other students, those younger students, and require that, because there was, I assume, some rationale for why they said third grade and up, and kind of why what additional stuff would be required in order to be able to make sure that we are able to provide
in a meeting.
Second.
Yeah.
Also, Daryl,
Daryl, can you please go on mute? My apologies. We're hearing the background conversation. Thank you, Member Minnick. Please repeat that last piece of your question.
Just the impact that face covering requirement would have if we're requiring it of students younger than what's required by law.
I'll defer to Ms. Flores on the second question, but on the first one, yes, that's what we're asking for tonight. Is these are the conditions of readiness that have to be in place before we reopen school.
Yeah, and I can speak to the face covering question. So when that guidance came out, that was in the summer. And so the science has gotten a lot clearer around face coverings and how effective they are at stopping the spread of COVID. And so we did see a CDPH issue some stronger language around requiring face coverings for anybody kind of the minute we step out of our house this evening. We haven't seen, and I'm maybe anticipating that might come true for school guidance, but we know that all of childcare has been having younger kids wear face coverings. We are prepared to provide them. We've got lots of face coverings, and we have them for the smaller faces as well as for more adult-sized children. So we don't necessarily see it as an issue, and we would really encourage our families. And you see, young children all, in the grocery stores and stuff, wearing their cute little masks. They actually sometimes do better than the adults, honestly.
Thank you, Ms. How did we get to that point where we're admiring people's masks? But thanks, Victoria.
President Ryan, if I could just add to Mr. Harris's answer of the first question that Member Minnick raised, and yes, we are asking for the board to adopt that all of the metrics that we have proposed to you would have to be met under these two categories, Member Minnick and board members. This idea that we have a set of metrics that serve as conditions of readiness to reopen that we would have to abide by just by virtue of these being public health orders. In addition to that, we've identified these additional conditions of readiness to reopen that we have said would go above and beyond those public health orders. The idea of, for example, contracting with a third-party entity to come in and verify that we've taken all of the steps necessary to abide by those public health orders. Those two categories of metrics that would serve as conditions for reopening would then have to interact with the Sacramento Public Health and the California Department of Public Health and the tier that we're in, if you will. So alone, those would not be sufficient to reopen our schools. Those would have to interact with the color that we're in. And as Mr. Harris mentioned 2 weeks ago, if we had met those criteria, those metrics, we were in red. Now we're in purple, so that changes things dramatically. We also know that some of these metrics are still, we are still working to make sure that we complete those were you to adopt them. So we wouldn't be able to reopen even if we were in the red, if the board adopted these, for example, and said, I want verification from a third-party entity that we've met all of these safety protocols, if you will. We're not quite ready for that, even if we were in red, for example.
Superintendent Aguilar, I'm glad that you brought up the points that you did, because I think that it's very important as we look to adopt a plan for conditions that would be measurable and actionable to justify the reopening of schools, that we, reiterate that this is conditioned on the acknowledgement that our metrics are more ambitious than the Sacramento County Department of Health metrics. We are building upon what they believe makes for a viable reopening of schools across the county. And then we are requiring a third-party independent validation. And so my question, and it's for whichever staff member would like to respond to this, the third-party independent validation that we have met and exceeded the conditions of readiness is reliant upon what data and how was our third-party vendor selected based upon their expertise in this field?
It's a great question, and I know that Mr. Browning is participating in the meeting, so I will defer to him to give those details.
Yeah, so the second question, PBK Architects was selected because of their expertise in this area. They have provided similar third-party assessments to a handful of districts across the state, and are coming to our district with that expertise under their belt, so to speak. And President Ryan, would you please restate your first question?
So I just wanted you to very quickly summarize, based upon their expertise, what their assessment would entail.
So their assessment would entail both ingress and egress onto sites, signage throughout each of the sites, as well as in classrooms and restrooms. Would also analyze and look at any needs around plexiglass installations, confirm that we've installed plexiglass where needed, as well as proper social distancing of classrooms and the minimizing of shared items in those classrooms.
Thank you. I have one more question, but I see Board Member Pritchett's hand up. Go ahead, please.
You want me to go first?
Yes.
Oh, okay. First, I wanted to take a moment and thank staff for the countless hours that they have spent putting together these segments and all the work that you guys have done to keep our staff and our students safe. It's just amazing work that you guys are doing. And before I get to my question, I just want to also say that this morning I was listening to a news segment that was talking about the anxiety of students in Sacramento County, and that anxiety attacks and the prescription of anxiety meds for our young youth are at an all-time high. That is a scary thought. I know we all need to get them back into the classrooms. I know we need to get them back to a normal life, but we have to do this right. And I think that this is a really good step forward to do this right. My only question was in regard to sports, and I think Victoria's still on here. I know she had mentioned about sports, and I want to know, does that include all sports? Because as we know, different sports have different types of contact. And so I'm wondering if you have a breakdown of what sports cannot be participated in.
So right now in the purple tier, only conditioning can happen outdoors. So there's no actual games or sports play. So I don't believe there's a limit on the type of sport as long as you can do it outside, physically distanced. You are allowed face mask off if you're doing real heavy exertion, but you have to be way more than 6 feet away. And they can use equipment as well, as long as it's outside and sanitized.
Thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate it. That was my only question.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Do we have other board member comments or questions? Board Member Morawski, then Board Member Garcia.
Thank you. I'm glad to be coming back to this important topic. I guess I want to start by just recognizing, I think we're trying to make decisions in at a very low local level of government, and we have been abandoned by our federal government in this criminally negligent response to COVID-19 that has put us in this horrible situation that we're experiencing right now. So I just want us to start from this, where we are now. We didn't have to be, and our children and schools have been deprioritized by pretty much every level of government. And we're just trying to make decisions, based on what we can do within our ability to keep everyone safe. So I'm sad that this is where we're starting from, but I think that needs to be acknowledged. So I had done a bunch of outreach to my community members over the last week to further discuss this issue, and I just wanted to thank everyone who participated. We had a robust and thoughtful conversations about where I heard from a lot of parents and people across the school community. So that was very helpful in trying to think through what we're talking about. I think we need to definitely be cognizant that there's so much variability in the way this crisis has affected our youth, and we are dealing also in a lot of uncertainty, and so we need to plan, with that in mind. So I have questions to clarify kind of what we're doing here, and then a couple of comments and suggestions to add. So first, I wanted to clarify, there are other activities I think that are probably necessary for reopening of schools that are not included here. So I just don't know, there's probably just other things that go along with some of these things, like training, or I know Mr. Browning mentioned, turning off the drinking fountains is on there, but we were also replacing them with either bottled water or the water stations. So just curious, kind of it seems like these metrics have capture a lot, but there's probably other things that are also going to be part of this the school reopening process. So I don't know who that's to, but maybe if you can just address kind of how these other things fit together with the metrics that are proposed.
I'm happy to make an attempt, and the superintendent, if you want to jump in there. So our return to health plan really does lay out a lot of that detail. And so you mentioned something like training, our hour zero training, COVID training. We have every employee do. We've gone above and beyond, and then also done more training around our return to health plan. So I would say, and that's the plan that we continue to look at and revise. But you're right, it's hard to almost put every single item together. What we really tried to do was what was measurable and controllable. But that document does really outline everything we are doing and doing now actively and will be doing as well. So I don't know if maybe that addresses, or if you've got some additional questions.
Yeah, I guess it might be helpful, if this is going to be published or something as the dashboard, to just note that there are also other things. Like, this is not, this is a minimum list that we're setting, but this is not all we're doing, because I just feel like there's a lot that we're also doing that's not reflected here that is part and parcel of this whole process. So thank you for that clarification. I would just ask that also be noted, because I don't want anybody to think that this is an all-inclusive list. I know there's a lot more that you all are working on. So on the specific above and beyond metrics, I did have a question about the ventilation pieces. I know there's a couple of very specific pieces on ventilation, about the actual HVAC systems, but I also know there's other pieces like opening doors and windows and training staff, I guess, on classroom kind of ventilation management. So I don't know if that it should be another kind of checklist item, or what is your sense of that? Because it seems like that is also going to be part of addressing the ventilation. So I don't know if that's to Mr. Browning or, and additionally, we also spent a lot of time talking about the air purifiers, and I don't see that on the list. So just curious about how that fits in as well.
Yeah, so there are a number of components related to ventilation and HVAC. So we could, as Ms. Flores was saying, build out and add to those metrics. Rather, there's a number of metrics within the ones outlined in Mr. Harris's presentation. So we could, there are a number of things that we are doing around that.
Okay, I think it would be good to just add one or two, or to reflect those other things that are ventilation related but aren't reflected on the list, because I think with all of the guidance that has been put out, everyone has been sort of slow to address ventilation, and everyone's coming back around to the fact that that's an important piece to address. So I would appreciate that being added. So just a clarity around, so when we adopt this resolution, I think, are we saying that, these are the things we think are important to do before we reopen? And does that mean that the district will come back around to the board to provide a plan and a date for board adoption? Or are we, through this resolution, kind of giving our go ahead to reopen as soon as we are able by public health orders?
Member Morowski, I'll first defer to legal counsel to give you their perspective. But my perspective is the latter. We would be coming back to the board with an update on where we stand with each of those conditions of readiness to reopen, and provide an update as those are being completed. We will all know, of course, where we stand in terms of the color of our tier, and then work with the board to lay out more details for a reopening plan as you've requested. But the first step is, of course, making sure that we have evidence that each of those metrics and conditions of readiness for reopening have been met, first and foremost.
Okay, great.
That's section 4, Member Morowski, of Resolution 3176, directing the superintendent to recommend to the board when it is safe to reopen. So it would come back to the board with the superintendent's recommendation under paragraph 4 of the resolution before you.
And that would be for board action?
Yes, to give, basically a date. But basically, the superintendent, his recommendation would include a recommended plan and timeline, whether by hybrid, gradual reopening, or other recommendation based upon the changing health and safety factors related to COVID-19, and orders and directives referenced in another section. So basically, unlike maybe other school districts that have established a date already, you are directing the superintendent to gather all relevant data and then to make a recommendation to you as a board for approval.
Okay. I guess, and thank you for mentioning that, there are obviously things are changing and these directives will be perhaps updated, and this will also automatically loop in any further guidance that's or requirements that are issued by the state or other public health agencies.
That's correct. That's section 3 of the resolution.
And so maybe, I guess the question to the superintendent then is this, do you have a date in mind of when you would bring a recommendation to the board? I'm having a little trouble just understanding the timeline, and I'm very cognizant of the months that it takes and the preparation, and our community waiting for kind of as much certainty or at least a direction as we can give them. Oh, I can't hear you. Sorry.
My apologies. Let me point to one of the metrics and conditions of readiness to reopen, which is one of the ones that is part of the above and beyond one, and that is the third-party assessment. We do have to get back to our board with an update because that is going to be a very comprehensive process. To be able to conduct that assessment for 70 plus sites is not something that's going to get done next week. So I do anticipate that we will be coming back to the board with an update on where we stand with each of those metrics, those conditions of readiness to reopen. That will give us the first indication of how close might we be to then seeing where the status of our tier is before we have a better sense of a more date certain, if you will, by which we would be announcing the possibility of reopening or a recommendation from me. I can get back to the board and will commit to bring back this item, again, likely as an update to the actual metrics themselves, to the conditions of readiness, because some of them are not going to be done next week or the following week, particularly that one that would require us to certify, if you will, or have verification that this third-party assessment has been completed.
So, and I know this third-party assessment is part of the staff recommendations for the conditions. So, do you have a sense of will that be completed, say, by sometime in January?
My hope is that it would be completed before January. Again, I would like to come back, but our goal is to have that done sometime in December.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful because I know we're going to be in this purple tier for quite a while, I think. So I just wanted to make sure it doesn't stretch, too far into the year.
I also want to recognize board members that all of this is also connected to us continuing to work with all of our labor partners through the collective bargaining process. And so this is not independent of that. We will continue to do that, but it does offer greater guidance and direction to us as your staff in terms of the expectations of the board, on top of course, recognizing that we will continue to negotiate with our labor partners around a reopening. This allows us as a staff to have some guidance and direction from you, as well as our community to hear what your expectations are in addition to the collective bargaining process.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have a couple of things that I would like to request or, request my fellow board members to approve adding into the directives. So I will just list those out.
There's somebody who's not on mute and we're hearing a lot of background noise. So for whoever that person is, if you can please go on mute. Thank you. And please go ahead and wrap up, Member Morosky. I know then Member Garcia will be adding her comments and questions.
Thank you. The first one is in terms of the directing the superintendent to do various things, I would also add to seek the support and partnership necessary to perform on-site rapid testing to improve identification of COVID-19. And I do not suggest this as a condition that has to be met, but I would suggest this as a direction to the superintendent to pursue partnerships and seeking support around our ability to implement on-site rapid testing, which I think could be a game changer if these tests are available. Again, I'm not proposing that as a condition that needs to be met. My thought is there are many, many layers of protection. This would be another one that we could add on top if we can actually form those partnerships or get.
So I think then the language, Member Morosky, would be to pursue the viability of on-site rapid response testing.
That sounds fine. Mm-hmm. The other thing is I would like to propose a date certain, or at least a target date for getting back our K through 3. And I would propose a target date of February for getting back our K through 3. I know this is just such a critical time for early literacy, early numeracy, and I'm very concerned about especially our youngest students being out and not having that in-person support. I know that would be subject to change based on kind of where we are with public health orders and so forth. And I would be very happy to see that happen more quickly than February if it's possible. But I do want to throw that out there on the table to hear maybe from the superintendent if you have a thought about that, and from my fellow board members. Final. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to mention, Member Morosky, that we certainly can look into that. One of the things that you probably would recognize as you hear about other school districts reopening plans is trying to align the beginning of a phased-in approach to the beginning of a quarter, for example, or a semester. Because we have a late start school year date, as you know, our semester goes well into January. So depending on where we stand with completing some of these metrics, it's very possible that that period of time that we have proposed, where if we got into a red tier 2 weeks later, could perhaps end up being the beginning of the second semester, if you will. And so again, it really does rely or will depend on us first coming back and making sure that we can ascertain that we have met all of those metrics, see what color we're in. And again, there's a strong possibility that your proposal or your proposed date might align to the beginning of semester 2.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And for the younger grades, I believe it's trimesters. That would be it wouldn't quite align with those breaks, but would be a little later. And I wouldn't want to wait until like a third trimester. But the other thing I think in the meantime, I would propose to direct the superintendent to do is to expand targeted support to our most vulnerable students in the meantime. This is not directly about school reopening, so I don't know if it fits into this resolution, but I think we need to think about this as a phased approach, because we have basically 2 paths for the rest of the year. We have a triage and then reopen, or triage until the end of the school year. So I don't know which path we're going to be able to be on, but in the meantime, I don't want to lose so many students. I really think we need to expand as much as possible any sort of targeted supports we can for our most vulnerable students. So I don't know. Maybe I would be happy to take direction on whether that would be appropriate in this resolution or in another venue.
Thank you, Member Morowski.
Thank you. I just had one more thing to add, and that is I would love to see some guidance issued to perhaps to our principals. I'm not sure the way to do it, but where our students can be safely brought together in outdoor small groups. We are talking about conditioning now, but I think it could go beyond that, where we could have small groups being brought to campus, on a voluntary basis. And I think we should, during this triage period, we should see what we can make work in order to meet the social emotional needs of our students.
Thank you, Member Morowski. Superintendent Aguilar, it occurs to me, based on Member Morowski's requests, that we might want to, rather than try to roll these additional considerations into the current resolution, which are conditions for reopening, and all of the items that Member Morowski has articulated are goals that are companions to the conditions to reopening. Perhaps we might want to consider an administrative regulation or companion addendum rather than trying to roll these items into conditions for reopening.
Sure thing, President Ryan. I'm very open to that again, because based on the conversation from 2 weeks ago and the adoption, if you will, that we would probably want to have this third-party assessment done, we can come back on December 10th with a revised resolution that incorporates some of these comments from board members. And then you can take action at that point. We can give you an update on where we stand again, as we did this afternoon compared to 2 weeks ago. We could give you an update 3 weeks from today, for example, on where we stand with some of those metrics, particularly that third-party assessment. Ms. Flores has a very quick update on some of the testing partnerships that we are working that Member Morowski mentioned. And again, that would allow us even more time to provide a more specific update on those matters as well.
Yeah, so when you mentioned that rapid testing, we are pursuing a partnership with Sac County Public Health on a rapid test called Binex Now. We are actively submitting a waiver so that we can be a CLIA certified lab, big long word. But this will allow us to go and have someone do a rapid test, take it back, run it through a machine, and in about 15 or 20 minutes, we will know if they are positive for COVID. This test is designed to only be used on individuals who are symptomatic, who are sick. So especially going into cold and flu season, that will really help us differentiate immediately. If someone tests negative, we will still refer them for that gold standard PCR test, that really deep nasal one. But this will really help us be really quick in our response, mitigate exposure, quickly, isolate and respond to keep everyone safe. So yes, that is moving forward, and we'll continue to update you on that.
Thank you, Victoria. Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Morowski, for your great suggestions. I do think that I do agree that we need to have some sort of date on the horizon, subject everything, getting out of purple tier and everything trending in the right direction and meeting these metrics. So I think we just need to have a target date. So I don't know the grade spans that are the most ideal, but I know that starting with the primary grades, hearing from other districts are probably the easiest grades to start with in terms of reopening our schools. I did want to ask about the athletics. I know that the metrics focus on athletics for school-sponsored, athletics. But I do want to find out how we can also think about athletics outside of the school day. So through recreational leagues that we have in our community, and they use our school fields. So find out how we can also make those fields available to them, because they're part of the wellness of our kids as they participate in these programs outside of the school. So I don't know if it falls into the goal document, or if it can, or how it falls into the conditions of readiness. So, but I wanted to make sure that I put that out there on record. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. Do we have any other comments or questions?
I just have
oh, please, Board
I'm
Member
so sorry. I know we're going.
No, of course. I didn't see your hand. Please, no, we'd love to hear from you.
I do want to piggyback off of Member Morawski on the testing suggestion, and also emphasize her point that we should not have that as a necessary metric. But increasingly, we're seeing that test is a good approach to the pandemic. I also wanted to ask, knowing that you have to be in the red tier for 2 weeks, and that we're seeing suggestions of getting our primary students in first. Has there ever been any consideration of waivers for those K to 6 students? And would we consider those in the future?
Superintendent Aguilar, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, very quickly. Again, at this point, where we are at today, Student Board Member Sheikh, we think that we would hold off on submitting waiver applications to bring back our students. We do think that we have learned quite a bit about through our learning hubs, and there might be possibilities where we might replicate what we're doing through our learning hubs to serve more students. As Member Morawski mentioned, some of our more vulnerable, marginalized students, many of whom I think would benefit greatly being in that space that is similar to our learning hubs, with the same protocols that we've put in place to maintain their health and their safety, not just of students, but also of adults. So we do have some thoughts around that. And again, that would be something that we are allowed to bring without any waiver applications, because we would be very targeted in providing supports to our most vulnerable students.
Great, thank you.
Board Member Sheikh, did you have anything else?
I just wanted to clarify that I was asking in the case that the unlikely chance that the holidays prove better and that we're trending in a better direction, but we're still stuck in those either 3 weeks for purple or 2 weeks for red. But I think your question sort of answered.
I do want to suggest, Superintendent Aguilar, I don't think we have any other board member comments or questions. Piggybacking on the request made by Board Member Morawski and the support from Board Member Garcia around the companion goals, I do think, given the amount of uncertainty and desire from community members, families, and students to have some hope on the horizon, that we have an actionable path towards reopening, that my suggestion would be we adopt the conditions for reopening tonight and have you come back with a companion set of goals per the directives provided by Member Morawski, which will give us an additional opportunity for an update and continued input. Okay, do we have a board member motion?
I'll move.
I'll second it.
This is a roll call vote. Oops, there's an echo. This is a roll call vote. We will board member preferential vote.
Aye.
Member Ryan?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Vang?
Yes.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Okay, with that, the motion carries. I want to again thank the team for the extraordinary effort that they have put into imagining what successful reopening would look like, building upon the best practices of other school districts and the Sacramento County Public Health Department, and continuing to push this work forward in extraordinarily difficult times. So with that, we are going to move on to our next item. Item 8.0, public comment. Anne, do you have our public comments ready for this evening?
Yes, we do. We have 5 live comments and 7 written. And the first live comment is from Brett Barley. Mr. Barley, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, President Ryan, and members of the board. I have missed seeing you in person these past several months. As a quick reminder, my name is Brett Barley, and I'm the superintendent at the California Montessori Project. We have a small school that is authorized by the Sacramento City Unified School District. In the spirit of Thanksgiving and the season, I'd like to start by thanking the board, those members that are transitioning off the board after years of service, and our returning board members for their continued service. Being a public servant during these difficult times is often underappreciated work. I've been really impressed by the board and its leadership during these past several months. I know it could not have been easy. There are no easy choices and no decisions that make anybody happy these days. So on behalf of everybody at the California Montessori Project, we wanted to thank you for that service as we lead into Thanksgiving. Now for the quick Montessori Minute update. The California Montessori Project has been continuing to collaborate with our families and staff regarding our next phase of our educational experience. We're currently in distance learning, and the program has been given high marks by more than 90% of our families. Since last spring, we've been preparing for our hybrid model. After surveying our staff and families, we've decided on a full 2-day-a-week model that will have half the kids on campus 2 days a week, Monday and Tuesday, with the other half of students on campus on Thursday and Friday. We're nearly done with our classroom assignments, and we'll start in early 2021, public health conditions permitting. We've also started our transition to small group and one-on-one in-person services with special education and English language learners. We've recently finished administering the initial and optional summit of Lcap to all of our eligible English learner students, and we're pleased to announce that we've been able to reclassify several of those students. Again, we appreciate your work, we appreciate your partnership. Happy Thanksgiving, and thanks again.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Kenya Martinez.
Hello, this is actually Rose McAuliffe. I'm here representing Kenya. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. This past Tuesday, the CAC for Special Education held our elections for several positions, and we have a new executive team that will start in January of 2021. For the next 2 years. The results are as follows. The chair is Benita Ayala. The vice chair is Kristen Jordan. Our secretary is Mr. Taylor Kayada. Our treasurer is Rose McAuliffe, and our parliamentarian is Kenya Martinez. The CAC would like to acknowledge and thank SELPA Director Becky Bryant and CJ Charles DeAngelis for supervising our election and providing technical assistance to ensure the validity of the results in real time. The purpose of the CAC is to serve the community stakeholder group, and as such, we are expected to submit reports on the first of the month, prepare correspondence and letters, review budgets, along with providing feedback to other stakeholder groups and school district employees. These requests have become challenging without administrative support from the district. We kindly ask that you consider providing us with administrative support as other groups such as ours have received from the district. We wanted to mention that past Lcap goals include to increase family and community stakeholder engagement, and the commitment from the school district to invest $2.470750 to accomplish this objective is appreciated. As we push forward as agents of this district, it's our hope to receive your support. On December 1st, the CAC will review the Lcap plan with the Lcap coordinator, Stephen Ramirez-Fong. This will be our third time providing feedback and input as a group. For the last year, the CAC has requested special education budget data, and we're currently waiting for this data to be shared with our membership. Can't be effective unless we receive the tools and data requested. We look forward to working with Becky and the new Dr. Sadie Haydengrad that will help us collaborate in the spirit to ensure 7,000 students with disabilities we serve receive a free and appropriate public education. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next live comment is from Tim Hebert.
Hello, can I be heard?
Yes.
Thank you. Superintendent and board, this week many of us received a letter or watched a video from the superintendent which misled about the budget, threatened cuts to popular programs, and advocated clawbacks to employee benefits. The superintendent claimed that we have a structural deficit, that our expenses exceed our revenues, but as a matter of public record, that is false. Revenues have exceeded expenses during his tenure, and the district's bottom line proves it. In 2019 and 20, the same deficit claim was made. It was false that year. In 2018-19, the same claim was made. That was false. The superintendent even said on TV that we had a $35 million deficit. That was false, and he knew it then. In fact, since this superintendent has been in charge, the fall budget projections have been short of reality by an average of $22 million per year. We should think about that as we're threatened with cuts to the tune of $18.5 million to a number of highly valued positions and programs, including counselors, arts and music, and social emotional learning. The superintendent said these cuts will be part of a recovery plan. Recovery? Recovery from what? During these years, the district's reserves have ballooned to $93 million, which proves we can afford our commitments to students and employees. If it weren't for 3 years of budget lies, we would have seen this as a time of extraordinary success, stability, and cooperation. Instead, we've endured community rancor, unnecessary layoffs, repeated threats to programs, and a senseless campaign against district employees. And yet, revenues have exceeded expenses, the opposite of what the superintendent told us today in the video. It's time for this nonsense to stop and for honesty and transparency to guide this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Rich Vasquez. Are you there, Mr. Vasquez?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar, Board President Ryan, and members of the board. Again, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to start with the core value statement. We recognize that our system is inequitable by design, and we vigilantly work to confront and interrupt inequities that exist to level the playing field and provide opportunities for everyone to learn and grow and reach greatness. Again, I brought this up a few times. We have a school improvement grant over at Hiram Johnson. It's coming to an end. We didn't even implement it correctly. I don't know what's up with the SIPSAs. We put this through our SIPSA. We didn't get our teachers. We didn't get our EL coordinator. And then again, this funding, we need to know what's going on with the funding next year. This is bringing feelings up that I had at the elementary side where we had nothing, no sports, no music, no arts, no programs, no resources, no filters. We had nothing. And now I'm getting the same feelings. Why do we keep treating your most needed help school sites this way? We need money. So again, $2 million we will not have next year. College and career centers on the chopping block, assistant principal, campus monitors. These are all people that are creating relationships for our students. Even myself, the assistant principal, I've had a decent relationship with her, and you're telling me that she isn't guaranteed to be there next year? That is not going to, you're killing us. Again, Hiram Johnson has the highest number of special ed students, highest number of English learner students, probably the highest number of social economically disadvantaged students. When are we going to start putting them first? You're saying that we're going into a state takeover. We don't have money, but they're saying there's $100 million in reserves. Well, can we get the $2 million so we can keep our progress, keep our morale up, keep our, COVID really ruined all this. Again, I'm gonna keep coming for speaking it. Please give me some answers. Please give me some direction. You know, this is what you want, right? You want parents up here calling this stuff out. Well, give us the money. Quit fighting over it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Our final live public comment is from Renee Webster Hawkins, and she is combining time with Sarah Williams Kingsley, Grace Trujillo, Angel Garcia, and Angie Sutherland.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. We want to publicly thank Board Member Morawski for reaching out to us and meeting with us after the last board meeting to discuss the plan we shared for a path forward on initial assessments for students with potential disabilities. Unfortunately, though, we have seen no updates from the district or the teachers union that indicates progress is being made on this urgent issue. Meanwhile, 325 students and counting are still waiting. To be clear, even if the district's plan was adopted tomorrow, students would still be kept waiting an unconscionable amount of time to receive the assessments to which they are legally entitled and the special education services that they so desperately need. For example, if the district was able to complete 20% of the overdue assessments each month, that would still leave almost 75 students waiting until April 2021 for their assessments to even begin, which for many of them will be an entire calendar year since the request was made. And then by the time the 60-day assessment period is completed, the students will have spent an entire academic year in purgatory, and they wouldn't receive their services until September of 2021. That's unacceptable. So we ask that the district and SCTA prioritize their negotiations on services to our most vulnerable students, not sports conditioning. Several of us were very pleased to virtually meet Dr. Sadie Hedegaard, the new Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, Innovation, and Learning, at the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education this Tuesday evening. We are very hopeful that she will immediately move to tackle the urgent needs of our students with disabilities, including students who are being denied services, such as instructional aids, as contract disputes drag on. And lastly, we would hope that the return to schools plan that was discussed earlier this evening would also prioritize the return to schools of students with disabilities who desperately need in-person instruction with their teachers. We thank you very much for your time and focus on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 7 additional written comments on this item, and the first is from Vicki Schroeder, and it says, "My name is Vicki Schroeder, and I'm a teacher at Carver High School. I was pleased to see Superintendent Aguilar at the African American Advisory Board outreach meeting last week. It comforts me to know how much you support our most disadvantaged and harmed population. I too was there to stay closely informed and engaged in the district's movements to lift our students at the highest risk of failing in our system. Carver High School is leading the way in equity. Our school has implemented racial justice curriculum. Every staff member is actively involved in anti-racist training. We started our work 1 year ago during a week-long training in August. I'm willing to guess that our school is leading an anti-racist curriculum at this time. How many other schools are doing this right now? The first Waldorf school was born in response to the social injustices after World War I. At its core, Waldorf education respects the growth and development of all human beings and reveres the natural world. A close examination of our school, our teaching principles, and successes should be taken into thorough consideration. We'd like to be provided the necessary funding so we can continue to grow as racial justice leaders in the district and the state at large. We would like to provide a template of best practices for other schools. Let us continue to lead the way in racial equity, environmental, and social justice, and meet the needs of Governor Newsom. Thank you for your sincere and careful attention to our schools." The next public comment is from Rory Pilling and says, "As a student at George Washington Carver, I have been more successful here than I would have been at any other school. I was always a bad student in elementary and middle school. I had a hard time understanding the material and found that seeking additional help was so stigmatized, it was out of the question for me. I also have diagnosed mental health issues that make it so I easily lose motivation. And in traditional schools, I could never get back on track when this happened. It wasn't until I went to Carver that I experienced a model of education that worked for me. At Carver, I've taken so many leadership opportunities, and in my senior year now, I genuinely feel prepared to go to college because of them. I am currently the president of our school's Gender Sexuality Alliance, and am in the process of passing the club on to someone new. I had never received the level of acceptance and support from teachers in regards to my gender identity and sexuality that I have here. I also recently had a teacher help me get a job with a local nonprofit. Carver is an amazing school, and I hope that it remains open for thousands more students to benefit from. Next comment is from Dana Jenks and says, I teach at George Washington Carver. I wanted the board to know just what a gem this school really is. It is truly delightful to teach at a school with a healthy social life as defined this way by Rudolf Steiner. Quote, a healthy social life is found when, in the mirror of each individual, the whole community finds its reflection, and when, in the whole community, the strength of each one is living, unquote. As a teacher, I find that I feel like a part of the family of my students. I know the parents, they know me. We visit and enjoy each other. I have been in the district for nearly 22 years, 12 years at 2 other schools. I enjoy Carver's healthy social life and feel it helps students learn and thrive. It helps teachers do their best and enables parents to be involved. Our next comment is from Gary Martin. As a community partner with George Washington Carver High School, please consider all of the robust educational benefits that the ongoing relationships with business partners provides to the students at the school. Access Sacramento support by providing more than $10,000 in video software and green screen computer technology is just a small token of our respect for the work being done by the teachers and students at Carver. While you consider the many options for pivoting the educational process to best support students during the COVID-19 pandemic, please know you have partners who believe in Carver's mission, and I encourage you to consider the educational mission there that provides unique opportunities that should not be discounted nor could be easily replaced. Thank you for your consideration. Gary Martin, Executive Director, Access Sacramento. Next comment is from Maria Smith and says, good evening, my name is Maria Nemuko Smith, a special education RSP teacher at George Washington Carver School of Arts and Science. During this month, when we are inclined to reflect on gratitude and Thanksgiving, I would like to share with the board and everyone here some wonderful highlights about our school and successes we have had, despite the challenges that 2020 has brought us. At a recent community circle event, where experts in the field of trauma literacy discussed stress patterns and how to respond compassionately, Carly Adamson emphasized how, as human beings, our primary survival strategy of social engagement is extremely challenged right now. I am proud to say that we at Carver have prepared for this lack and have addressed it in creative and meaningful ways for our students. Our freshman class has never attended a single class on our beautiful campus. They have not felt the warmth of our school community in person as they were welcomed as new members of the Carver Phoenixes. They came to know our Carver community through Zoom meetings, meeting rooms, and Google Classrooms, and yet these freshmen have shown up as eager and engaged students. By showing up every day, they are learning to navigate high school and lean into the support that is offered to them through office hours with teachers, club meetings where they can meet and socialize with peers, and rhythmic class schedules that are supportive of their need to ease into high school. We have a sophomore class whose freshman year on campus was cut short due to the COVID-19 closures. They did not have the opportunity that other students have had to experience our traditional end-of-the-year water slide, rock climbing, and shaved ice day of fun. They did not have the full school year to get to know their teachers and peers. We have a junior class who is concerned about the impact of their junior year on plans for their post-secondary lives. This was the year to beef up community and academic endeavors, and yet the world has asked them to pause and adjust. And the next public comment is from Jennifer Snyder. and says, "Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. As we are in the season of Thanksgiving and expressing gratitude, I would like to commend all of you for your leadership and continued support for an innovative and worldwide educational model that has been flourishing and developing in 3 of our district schools. I am speaking specifically of A.M. Wynn, George Washington Carver, and Alice Burney, 3 unique public Waldorf model schools. Our schools represent a future approach to education, putting students in the center of a loving and committed learning community. Many educators around the country have looked to the success of students emerging from our schools and have marveled at our highly progressive school district. Notably, Stanford researchers, along with Dr. Linda Harling Hammond, published the SCOPE study, which extolled the incredible success and impact of these Waldorf schools. Indeed, these schools are points of light within our district, featuring teachers who have taken on a learner's mindset, embracing continuous and extensive additional training and collaboration in order to bring this education to life for our precious students. Our 3 schools feature cutting-edge elements which mainstream educators and leaders are advocating as the way of the future, as we have been nurturing it here for over 25 years in this trailblazing district. Research has shown that students are served well in an academic program that emphasizes seamless integration of social emotional learning, looping, a whole child focus, a developmental approach to the introduction and mastery of skills, integration of the arts into academics, project-based learning, adaptive learning opportunities, centering relationships, turning to nature, and creative problem solving. We need more schools to follow Sac City's lead in growing a promising tomorrow with an investment in our students and school communities. And the next comment is from David Fisher, President of Sacramento City Teachers Association. Good evening, I'm David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. Since the school board last met on November 5th, 2020, the California Public Employment Relations Board has issued 2 additional complaints against SUSD for its unlawful actions. Included in these complaints was the failure and refusal of Superintendent Aguilar to participate in the collective bargaining process. These 2 complaints were preceded by a scathing decision by the full PERB board on November 2nd, 2020, upholding an administrative law judge's decision that found that Superintendent Aguilar and the district acted unlawfully when it sued teachers to try to stop the salary schedule arbitration. The decision upheld the extraordinary remedy whereby the district is ordered to pay SCTA's legal fees. This, of course, does not count the more than $250,000 the district wasted on Lozano Smith on its frivolous anti-union action. Unfortunately, the district continues to behave in an unlawful anti-union way to the detriment of students. 2 weeks ago, the district put out a very public bargaining update claiming that SCTA's October 23rd counterproposal to the district to begin conducting in-person special education assessments, quote, if implemented, would be unlawful and impede our ability to assess students with disabilities, unquote. The same allegations were repeated at the last school board meeting. On Friday, November 7th, we met with the district to discuss special ed assessments. By the way, as usual, Superintendent Aguilar was not present. We challenged the district's team on the district's inflammatory update. To our surprise, the district's bargaining team stated they did not approve this bargaining update. The district's team would not confirm if Superintendent Aguilar had approved it. The district's representatives also could not disclose who wrote the inflammatory post. In fact, the SUSD bargaining team stated they were not even aware of it until we brought it up and challenged them to point out any portion of our proposal that was unlawful, which of course they could not. The district's representatives also could not identify any part of SCTA's proposal that, quote, if implemented, would be unlawful, unquote. 10 minutes after our bargaining session ended, the district changed the post with no apology and no explanation. At the same bargaining session, we gave the district a revised proposal. We modeled our proposal on Natomas Unified, Twin Rivers, Folsom Cordova, LA Unified, San Diego Unified, and others that provided for in-person special education assessments by professional service providers who volunteer. We tried to engage the district in a meaningful discussion on how in-person special education assessments could begin safely. We were joined by representatives from the San Diego Education Association, to describe the path-breaking work happening in the second largest school district in California. SDEA meets weekly with the SDUSD superintendent who participates directly in negotiations. SDUSD has also committed to state-of-the-art testing, contact tracing, and health safety protocols with the support of experts from the University of California, San Diego. In-person assessments in San Diego are also voluntary for staff who are compensated if they are unable to accomplish the additional work within their regular workday. We presented our estimate of the additional time the current backlog of special education assessments, along with the follow-up IEP meetings, would require. Based on appropriate numbers provided by the district, our conservative estimate of the additional hours required to address the overdue and current special education assessment is 68,800 hours. To accomplish this volume of incredibly important work, the district would need to add the equivalent of 85 educators working full-time between now and the end of the year only for the overdue assessment. We presented our calculations to the district representatives who did not challenge them. We also presented our solutions that the district needed either to hire more staff or allow staff to work additional paid hours to address the backlog. The district agreed that if staff are doing extra work, they should be paid for that work. To our shock, however, the district's outside labor consultant, Pam Manwiller, provided a third alternative. The district staff could just do, quote, the best they can do to make a dent, unquote, in the number. There were no district special education administrators on the district's bargaining team, and the SUSD chief academic officer made no effort to correct the, quote, make a dent, unquote, comment from the outside consultant. We objected that this was totally unconscionable. Most significantly, it's a disservice to our students. It's also a complete violation of federal and state law regarding the district's legal obligation to provide services to students with special needs. As part of our counter proposal to the district, we asked them to provide a fully developed comprehensive plan that would address how these critical services will be provided to students. We further reminded the district that it had parked $101.3 million in its books and supplies budget, which can be used to hire, slash, or compensate staff. To date, the district has offered no response. We will be offering additional comments on the district's purported fiscal recovery plan later on the agenda, but suffice it to say, this is the same sorry tale the district has been stating for 3 years now. For the last 3 years, the SUSD School Board, Superintendent Aguilar, and Dave Gordon of SCOE have all stated that the district is on the brink of insolvency. They have all been miserably wrong. Last year, SUSD had an operating surplus of $23 million and now has a reserve fund of $93 million, the highest in its history. The district's latest budget parks $101.3 million in its books and supplies line item, which the district has already admitted won't be spent on those items. This more than addresses the purported $50 million shortfall. Fortunately, in less than 1 month, we will have 3 new school board members who will be helping to lead the district. Leaders not compromised by potential conflicts of interest or need to manipulate numbers for their own political agenda. We look forward to working with the new school board. And that's the final public comment on this item.
Thank you, Anne. We're moving on to our next item, our hearing of our fiscal recovery plan. Superintendent Aguilar, if you would like to introduce the staff who will be taking us through this item.
Yes, actually, it will be led, President Ryan, board members, by our CBO, Rose Ramos. I did want to, though, just say a few words before she comes on and leads that presentation. As you know, I'm now in year 4 of my tenure as superintendent. Board members, and in that time, I think we've accomplished many things together that I'm very proud of. We've increased our FAPS completion rates. We've increased our graduation rates. As you may remember, we now have over 60% increase in students with an SAT score on file by investing and offering those tests for free. We've continued to offer free AP testing, IB testing to our students, and saw a dramatic increase in the number of students taking it for the first time, number of students taking multiple AP test scores, and that should be expected, should have been expected by virtue of the fact that almost 75% of our students come from low-income families, they're foster, they're homeless youth, they're English learner students as well. We've also seen slight upticks in the percentage of students with scores of met or exceeded on our math Smarter Balanced test, as well as our ELA test. And I do want to mention that we do expect to soon announce an increase in our A to G completion rates as well, probably in December. So we are making significant progress, but there is an area we've not been able to overcome, a challenge that we have faced for a long time, and that is a structural deficit, which endangers our students' progress and, frankly, in my opinion, our district's future. As you may remember, about a year ago in December 2019, the California State Auditor conducted a thorough and independent audit of the district's finances, our budget structure. Her recommendations and findings echoed what our district had heard before, in some cases decades before. And that is that whether it was the state auditor or other independent entities, we were operating under a continued structural deficit, and that if action was not taken to reduce expenditures that we couldn't afford, the district eventually would be required to seek a loan from the state to meet the reserve level required by law, 2% of our budget, which is roughly $11 million, $12 million to end our fiscal year with. That without that, it would trigger a state takeover of our district by the state. And while the exact date might change, or in fact, we've seen it adjust due to cuts, to savings that we've been able to realize, the fact of the matter is, and I hope that our board will hear through Ms. Ramos some more explicit analogies, perhaps some examples of how one should think about the basics of what a structural deficit is. We will soon realize that we're running out of time. That's exactly what most of these independent entities have told us. I mentioned in the video that one of our public commenters referenced, which I know that we posted on social media today, that there is a narrative, you've heard it, that there is no structural deficit, that we don't operate under a structural deficit, that we're crying wolf, that these are scare tactics. And I said before, and I'll say it now to you and to our community, there's nothing more that I wish than those narratives being true, because it would mean that we wouldn't need to make the difficult decisions that you asked us to bring forward to you at our meeting on October 1st. It would mean that the progress we've made would not be in jeopardy. In fact, we would be investing even more resources in programs that we know require increased investments from unrestricted general funds, but that those would be intentional decisions on our part, because we want to continue to be innovative, because we want to continue to honor the innovative programs, small as they might be, that bring great value to our students, that require greater investments, that we wouldn't have to ask for negotiable cuts to benefits and other things. And certainly that we wouldn't have to be talking about laying off positions or cutting programs, again, that require additional investments beyond what we have staffed for. You, as a board, have made already very difficult decisions in the amount of about $50 million in painful cuts over the past 2 years, which have prevented and delayed having to deal with a state takeover. And you'll see, I think, today, and I hope that you as a board, our community will appreciate, and I'll probably interject during the presentation, that I believe, and you will see, that we are down to the bare bones of being able to identify opportunities to save on an ongoing basis with a thought of closing our structural deficit. So today, Ms. Ramos and others will begin to lay out to you the difficult decisions that are before you as our Board of Education to try to address this structural deficit. I just want to remind everyone and thank the board for requesting that we come back to you with a fiscal recovery plan. I want to thank our budget staff, of course, led by our magnificent Chief Business Officer, Rose Ramos, who's put in countless hours, many evenings and weekends to put together a fiscal recovery plan that is accurate and that you can ask questions and get answers to based on detailed notes that she has prepared in preparation for this presentation. These conversations will not be easy. I can't imagine what it would be like to be a board member over the course of the next 3 weeks between us proposing these cuts and then you taking action on December 10th. But they are conversations that many independent entities have called on us to have as a Board of Education, have felt that we have not had and should have had many years ago. So again, I want to thank our board for asking to have this conversation and our team for all of the work that they put into to prepare for this presentation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ramos to go over some of the details of what's included in the fiscal recovery plan that we have prepared for you. I thought that it was so important for us to provide information to our community that we have uploaded a version of the presentation that Ms. Ramos is going to be presenting with a lot of hyperlinks that our community could spend more time on reviewing and clicking on information to have access to source information, which we believe is the most transparent and objective way of providing information to you as our board and to our community. Ms. Ramos?
Yes, thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, President Ryan, board members, and members of the public. Tonight, we will be presenting the fiscal recovery plan. Next slide, please. And here is an overview of tonight's presentation. We'll start off with a history background on the district's budget. We'll move into the current status of the district's budget based on the revised adopted budget that you approved in October. And then we'll go into the fiscal recovery plan and conclude with a summary and an opportunity, of course, for questions. Next slide, please. So let's just set a little bit of context and provide the public with some information on some of the terminology we will be using throughout the presentation, just to provide clarity. And of course, at any time, please, board members and superintendent, feel free to clarify or to ask a clarifying question on any of these items. One-time resources, that's the first one. One-time resources is just that. It's funding that is one-time in nature. It's not recurring. Examples are donations, a one-time grant, or unexpended funds. And what we mean by unexpended funds, you'll also hear the term carryover. These are funds that are not spent by the time the fiscal year ends or by the time a grant or an award expires. And many times we are allowed to carry over those funds, but they don't repeat, they're not recurring. Sometimes when you don't spend funds that are grant driven or award driven, you have to return those. And in those cases, you know, we would not count those as a one-time resource because we would have to return them, it'd be a payable. So these are our one-time resources, and these are to be used for one-time things. These are not funding resources that you would use for an ongoing expense, such as salary that's recurring, such as a operational cost that's recurring, such as utility bills. And so we have to be very careful in the application of one-time resources. And the next definition is that for reserves. Reserves are created when revenues exceed expenditures. Now, K-12 districts maintain reserves for many reasons. Two of the most common are, the first is to satisfy what's called a state required reserve, or it's known officially as a reserve for economic uncertainties. And there's different percentages that are applied to school districts depending upon the size of the district. For Sac City, our required reserve is 2% of the total general fund budgeted expenditures. So as we present to you interim financial reports, such as first interim, second, third, and the budget, you'll see at the bottom of these budgets a percent, a required reserve, and you'll see a dollar amount. And that reflects a 2% of our total budgeted general fund expenditures. And our ability to meet that, you know, says that the district is operating the budget well and that, you know, the district is solvent. Now, this is where Sac City struggles, and you'll see this in a future slide for our budget, where in future years, we do not have the ability to meet that 2% required reserve. And we'll go into that in a little bit more detail in a future slide. The second most common reason why districts maintain reserves is to maintain additional funding reserves above the minimum required reserve. And this is often used to protect against the need to reduce services due to maybe a temporary revenue shortfall or an unexpected expenditure. It's a safety net. It's no different than, personal households saving additional funds in order to mitigate against maybe, an income loss for 6 months, or maybe to plan to make sure that they save enough for an unexpected emergency, such as a major car repair or a home repair. And so you'll see that many districts, their board will have a board policy that says, in addition to the state required reserve, this board will set aside, a 1% on top of that, or a 0.5%. And then those reserves can only be used by board action. So those are the two most common types. And then the other word you're going to hear quite a bit or term is a structural deficit. As the superintendent said, the district has been operating a structural deficit for many years. And this occurs when ongoing expenditures exceed ongoing revenues, which is the opposite of reserves or a surplus, right? And this is when it happens time after time, year after year, not just, a one-time situation. And this is the case for Sacramento City Unified School District. The budget has been operating at a structural deficit for a few years now. So I'll pause here just to make sure, Superintendent, are there any clarifying questions on any of these items?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Ramos. Again, I really just want to make sure that President Ryan, I'll certainly defer to you whether there are any clarifying questions, not maybe of detail, if you will, but if there's a request for Ms. Ramos to explain something maybe differently, just as we ground ourselves before we go into the details, we did think that it was important to start by just setting the context for the language that we are going to be using throughout the presentation. And I think it's very valuable that we at least start from a place where we're all understanding of these terms.
So I don't see anyone raising their hands with clarifying questions. So let's go ahead and continue through the presentation, and then we'll take board member questions.
Okay. All right, next slide, please. And as Superintendent earlier mentioned, that the district's budget has been reviewed by numerous independent entities. And here's a few recent ones that were completed in the last few years. There was a fact-finding report completed in 2017. FICMAT, also known as Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, completed their report, their fiscal analysis in 2018. And there was a policy analysis for California education known as PACE. They completed also an analysis in 2019. And then, as you all know, FICMAT came back recently this last spring and completed another review of the district in 2020. And then, of course, our fiscal oversight agency, the Sacramento County Office of Education, reviews our budget regularly with every interim report and any financial decision that we're making that's major. They are reviewing and providing comments and recommendations on the district's budget. And then finally, of course, the California State Auditor completed a thorough review of the district's budget in 2019. Next slide, please. And common themes from these numerous reviews, and you've heard us share this information with you, but this came out of all of these reviews that we went back and looked at the findings. That the district's budget has been operating a structural deficit for several years due to ongoing expenditures exceeding ongoing revenues, which we just shared in the previous slide. And some of the highlights were that the employee salaries and benefits account for approximately 90% of the unrestricted budget. That's a significant amount of the budget, leaving only 10% of all other operating costs. The district's benefit structure for active employees and retirees is also one of the highest in the region. Salaries and benefits continue to increase year over year, yet revenue does not increase at the same rate or remains flat. And we've seen that as well, and we'll go into detail in a future slide. Next slide, please. Additional common themes from these reviews are that this persistent imbalance where expenses exceed revenues has created this district structural deficit. And just to put some context to this, last year's surplus, we know we did end the year with a surplus, was a result of one-time savings due to less spending because of COVID. We had to close schools early in March, and therefore we did not utilize all of our budget on various operating expenses. And we had a lengthy presentation on that when we presented to you the unaudited actuals, which are the year-end financial reports, to show you those categories where we did have one-time savings. And that is helpful in terms of addressing the district's, meeting the district's required reserve. But again, these are one-time savings. They are not recurring. So as we continue to draw down on those one-time savings, we deplete that reserve level. It's no different than a personal household income that has savings stored up for a rainy day, and there is an income that's lost in that household. The household will have some reserves to go to in their savings, but until that revenue is restored or that income is restored or expenses are reduced, at some point those savings will be depleted to zero. And this is the situation that the district's finding itself in. And we'll have some slides to illustrate the impact of the depletion of those reserves. And then the other theme was that the district has managed these deficits with one-time sources and reserves, which I just described as not a plan that's sustainable because at some point those will be depleted. Next slide, please. So here, hopefully this is not as small, it's showing up a little larger. So here is the district's current budget status and their multi-year projections. And it is true that in this first year, our ending fund balance is quite large. Our beginning fund balance is 93 million. But as you know, school districts are required to produce 2 additional budget years for the 2 out years and show that they have the ability to meet their obligations for those years along with their required reserve. If we only had to worry about this year, if that's all the law required, we would be fine, but that is not the case. We are required to satisfy our obligations for the 2 out years. So I'm just going to define a couple of these lines just to kind of put everything into context here. So let's start with that first year, our current year, 2020-21, which is this year that we're in. It's our revised adopted budget that we're working off of. Our beginning fund balance, as you heard many of our comments state that it is 93 million. That is accurate. It's 93 million. But our projected deficit for this year is 26 million, which is that salmon colored line there, row. So what we need to do is that from that beginning fund balance, we use that, it's also known as a savings or reserves, to offset that deficit of 26 million. So that leaves a projected ending fund balance of about 66.6 million. And then again, as I stated, we have to project our budget for the 2 out years. So in doing that, we go through an analysis, we use assumptions of what we think our expenses are going to be for those 2 out years. And we rely on the Department of Finance for these factors, and we rely on school services. So, we rely on agencies of authority that have valid information on what we should project in terms of our expenses and revenue for the coming years. So once we apply those assumptions and those factors, we build our budget, we know what we can expect as far as revenue and expenses are concerned. So for the year 21-22, we've summarized a lot of this data, of course. We didn't, we wanted to keep this as simple as possible. We're projecting to start that year with $66 million. And just a reminder, that $66 million is coming from this year currently, where we are projecting to end this year's fund balance at 66 million after applying that deficit of 26 million to our 93 million starting balance. A lot of numbers, I know, so I will definitely pause here just a little bit. So for next year, we're starting with 66.6, and we are projecting to have a deficit of 34 million. As you'll see, that increased a bit from the 26 million that we are projecting for this year. And why is that? Is because we know the cost of doing business is not going to stay flat. It's not going to stay at the same rate, or the expenses are not going to remain constant as they are this current year. They're going to increase due to inflation due to step and column. We know our pension costs are going up. We know our health benefits are going up. And so, of course, we have to plan for those increased costs and expenses. So next year's deficit, 34 million. We apply that to our starting balance of 66 million, and we end the year with 32 million. So now let's look at that ending fund balance line, which is just beneath that salmon colored row. So you'll see that we're going from a 66.6 million ending fund balance now to a 32 in the coming year, which is 21-22. So applying that same methodology to the third year, 22-23, we take that 32 million, that's what we start the year off. And then we apply that to our projected deficit, which has now grown to $50.9 million in that third year. And again, the same reason it's increasing is because our expenses are going to increase. We have to keep a couple of things in mind in that you'll remember that the state adopted budget did provide us some temporary relief when it came to increasing PERS and STIRS costs, but that was temporary. And so in the out years, we have to plan for those increased rates to be applied to the budget again. So that's what you're seeing also in some of our out years is the increase to our pension costs and then the increase to our health benefit costs, which we know we've been hearing from our providers are expected to go up by double digits due to COVID-19 and the numerous claims that were filed under that pandemic, unfortunately. So again, third year, our deficit is projected at 50.9 million. Applying that to our beginning fund balance, which is projected to be 32.6, and this is where we get into serious problems because now our beginning fund balance is much lower than our deficit. So we don't have that cushion to mitigate the deficit. So now we're ending our year in 22-23. We are projected to end with a negative 18 million. So we don't have enough to meet our obligations in the third year, and much less have the ability to meet our 2% required reserve. And this is the reason why we continue to file negative, is because we are projecting a negative ending fund balance. If you look at other school districts' budgets, they may be operating at deficits, but they have the reserves to satisfy their obligations and to meet their minimum required reserve. So they're able to file positive or qualified, and they have plans in place to mitigate that deficit. And we do not. We do not. Currently, this is our projected status. And yes, of course, these numbers are going to change because we know budgets are not stagnant. They're not fixed. Things happen and change over time. Unfortunately, in the presentation you heard about the status of our schools reopening, we know what now that we are back into a phase where we're going to have to delay that. We're in purple status, not knowing whether we're going to be able to be in the clear to open up in January. And you may recall that when we presented our revised adopted budget to you in October, we were projecting that our operating expenses would be a little bit less for the first 6 months of this fiscal year, believing that we would open up school in January and be able to start spending down our operating expenses. That may not be the case. And how this is related to this is that we will probably see a budget revision again, where we're showing that we may have a savings in operating expenses if we do not open schools in January. So this is why it's really important to explain to the public that our budgets are not fixed. We have to respond to changes that are happening within our community, within our district, and things that are without our control, like the state budget that, is seeing some declines. And, we heard some good news today, and possibly we don't know yet. So please just be mindful that this is the reason why our budgets do not stay, exactly the same. So again, back to that third year. So our net available fund balance after that 2% required reserve is now a negative $30 million. And this is the number that our superintendent was talking about today in his interview, that, this is where our budget is projected to be taking us in the future. Now, this next table below is relevant to this because prior to COVID-19, the state was doing well, and they were projecting to be able to fund COLAs for school districts. And the last COLA, and this is from the School Services Dartboard for the adopted state budget, The last COLA projections we received had these numbers. For 2021, this current year, they were projecting at 2.31%, next year 2.48%, and the third year 3.26%. The impact and actually what actually ended up getting funded was a zero COLA. And for a minute there, we were really relieved with the zero COLA because you may recall there was some talk that we were possibly going to get a negative 10% COLA, which would have been just devastating to the district. So fortunately, that was pulled back, but in place of that, cash deferrals were applied. So let's just step back a minute and look at that COLA that we should have gotten. What did that mean for our district? The estimated amount of that COLA would have been an extra $8.7 million this year. And because this is compounding, for next year, it would have meant $19 million, and for the third year, about $33 million. That's pretty significant. And so because we didn't get that, this is also what's contributing to our projected deficit. So basically, it's like estimating that, you know, in your household income, you are planning, you have been told that you are going to get a pay raise, and you build your budget based on that for the current year and the next 2 years. And then out of nowhere, unexpectedly, your company's not doing that well, and they're going to have to pull that back. And so now you need to make some adjustments to your own household budget. So next slide, please. And okay, so what we're doing here for you is we're modeling a scenario here. We're saying, okay, we know that our deficit, our shortfall is about $51 million, which we got from that previous slide. So if we were able to achieve $51 million in ongoing savings, what would that look like if we applied that to our budget? Obviously, we can't apply it this year. We've already started the year because this has to be an ongoing savings effective, July 1 in order to, to show you the impact of this on an ongoing basis. So assuming we were able to apply that to the 2021 year, or effective the 21-22 year, it would have the impact of being applied ongoing for the next 2 years out. So let's go down, let's look at that second column there, the 21-22 projected. Applying the $51 million to that $34 million shortfall would have the impact of ending that year with a 16 points, almost a $17 million surplus, which is great. We would be able to start the year off with that. And then we would have available about $71 million. That would be our beginning balance. So now let's go into the year 22-23 and see what the impact of that $51 million reduction would be to that year. Well, we know that our deficit that we're projecting for 22-23 is about $51 million. So the impact of that would be that we would be left with about $38,000 in a surplus, and that would be available to the district. Now, as we go throughout this year, we know that right now we're entering the season of budget development for the next year, 21-22, and what that means is that we have to plan for the 21-22 year as well as the 2 out years, which includes that last gray shaded column. So in planning for that, we're estimating that, again, based on trend analysis, those expenses are going to increase roughly about 9 to 10 million. So the impact of doing nothing means that deficit will grow from 51 to roughly about 60 million. So if we take that same 51 savings and apply it to that 23-22 year, you'll see that quickly we deplete that savings and it doesn't become enough again. We find ourselves in that same situation of a deficit. So again, this is just for illustrative purposes, just to show you and walk you through a $51 million solution. So we can go to the next slide, please. Now, this one is just a $15 million solution. And why did we, pick $15 million? Because the list of items you're going to see, the list of non-negotiable budget reductions that you're going to see later in the presentation is pretty close to around 15 million. There's some items there that can possibly take it up to 19 million, but we just want to use an average number conservatively. So applying the $51 million, $15 million to 21-22 effective for the coming year, what impact does that have to our budget? you'll see that it does get us through the next 2 years. But again, when we get to that third year, we're back in that same situation, only worse off. Now we need to find about a $45 million solution. So in total, we need about a $60 million solution really to resolve this structural deficit completely and get us out of this situation. That is a very tall order. We recognize that. And but the sooner we're able to start to make some reductions, the sooner we're able to have the impact of this ongoing and compounding effect. The further we delay it, our deficit just will continue to grow and make our situation just a little bit more challenging to get to finding a solution to implement that's a little more reasonable. Next slide, please. So consequences of reductions are not achieved. And you've heard this in previous presentations, but for some of our members of the public, in case that they're not aware of some of the consequences, because I do live in Sacramento City Unified School District, the boundaries, and I've lived here for many years, and I am very familiar with a lot of the conversations that happen in the community. And there's this belief that, if the district were to get a loan, that they would wipe the state clean, and they could start all over. Well, it's not that simple, because there are some serious consequences that come along with a state loan. And I'm just going to go through a few of them with you here. The first is that, okay, we know that the district is projected to have a serious cash challenges starting in March 22 if we don't implement a solution. And, of course, that'll lead to a state loan. Our deficit is projected to increase by 60 to 60 million by 23-24 if we do nothing. Next slide, please. And here's the additional consequences. AB 1200, which guides this whole area and guides fiscal oversight for school district, is there to ensure that we are meeting our financial obligations. And the trigger for a state loan, you all know that, is cash insolvency. And the conditions are that the responsibilities will shift to our county superintendent, which is SCOE. They will assume all legal rights, duties, and powers of the governing board. And so basically the governing board will become advisory only. They will lose control. And administrators can also be appointed to act on behalf of the county superintendent. Next slide, please. And now here are a couple of examples that we pulled off the CDE website just to explain to the public the loan and the repayment of that loan, what happens with that. These are 2 districts that are currently under a state loan and one that has repaid their loan. The importance of showing the slide is not just to show the amount of the loans, but to show how much above the loan that these districts will have to pay in interest, because these are not interest-free loans. These loans do come with a cost. And so what does that mean for a district? It means that not only does the district now have to make the reductions in order to pay off the loan's principal, but they have to make enough reductions to pay off the interest. So now the district is having to look for reductions to close their deficit, to repay the loan plus interest. So what does that translate into? It translates into that now the district will have to even cut services and programs by a further amount rather than just the amount that the district needed to target, which was their deficit. And this is the problem with this loan. I mean, these districts had no choice, obviously. There's a few other districts on the CDE website, but they had to go down this route. And this is the consequence of them having to take out these loans in terms of interest. Next slide, please. And so additional consequences. So again, the district's slate will not necessarily be wiped clean with this loan, because the reductions will now be imposed by an administrator or by the County Office of Education. And so the district will lose control over those reductions. They will just be imposed. And the reductions will have to be enough to resolve the insolvency issue and repay the loan plus interest. So meaning there will be more reductions than what we're trying to present tonight. And then, so again, I've already said that, I'm not going to repeat that means that additional programs and services and staffing will have to be reduced in order to achieve those new target reductions. Next slide, please. So just to provide you with some historical information, it's not that historical, it's in the last 2 years of the progress the district has made in terms of its budget and implementing reductions in these recent last 2 years. They have been quite significant. Some of these reductions are ongoing, and some of these reductions are one-time in nature. And so the first column is ongoing reductions. We started back in December of 2018 with 17.5 million in ongoing reductions. In that same year, the district was also able to achieve one-time reductions of 3.6. And over in the right column, the very right column, these are the items that were adjusted or reduced in order to achieve these savings. For this first line item in December of 2018, there was the true up of position control. Many vacancies and positions that did not need to be budgeted for were cleared from position control, and that was reconciled. The debt service was appropriately shifted to another funding source. The OPEB was also appropriately adjusted. Central office personnel adjustments were made. Supplies and services were reduced to prior year levels. I believe it was 17-18. The projection increases for utilities was adjusted to be more in line with what the local agencies were providing. And then in the following year, February of March 2019, there was additional ongoing reductions of $7.8 million. And again, this was all in staffing to align to the enrollment for 1920. And then in May of 2019, there was another significant amount of reductions in ongoing of $21 million. And then in one time of 2.5. And the categories were for special ed expenditures, some LCFF realignment, utilizing restricted funding sources. And what we mean by this is that the district was able to identify restricted funding sources that had funds available to cover funds that were being funded with unrestricted dollars, and that they were allowed to do this within the restrictions and the rules of these particular grants and awards. The charter oversight revenue was adjusted accordingly, and the interest was adjusted as well. The district had not been budgeting the interest at the higher rate. In June of 2019, there was an additional 2.9 million in ongoing reductions that were realized as well, or revenues. In this case, it was special ed revenue was increased. And what I mean by that is that the award was not recognized at the appropriate level within the budget, and the award was adjusted to reflect what the district was entitled to from the state. And then district services revenues were also adjusted for custodial and utilities from our charter schools. And the final one was in September of 2019, a $1 million reduction again for interest. And then a one-time of $6 million in one-time expenditure savings. This is when the district closed their books and they had some surplus in some unspent categories. And so just to kind of just pause there a little bit on those unspent categories when the district closes its books. When districts close their books and they identify savings from unspent sources, especially on the unrestricted side, it's an opportunity for the district again to relook at their budget and to confirm that they are budgeting appropriately and not possibly budgeting too much in some categories. And sometimes these one-time savings happen by accident because, and I shouldn't say accident, they're unplanned. For example, there could have been some kind of a purchase that didn't take place, such as a textbook adoption, or there was an increase in a restricted resource that was able to take the place of this unrestricted expense. And so the district was able to recapture those savings. But these are one-time in nature and they're not recurring. Next slide, please. And so this next category, you've seen this slide before also. These are some items that could generate savings for the district as well, but these are negotiable items. And this is a very common slide that you see in many districts' budget presentations where they're showing what savings can be captured from those negotiable items, and they're usually tied up in personnel costs. The first one is for this district is the health benefit that you've heard some discussion on. If the district were to move to a shared cost plan for our health benefits, whereby the district would fund the employee only at 100% and the other categories would be funded at 75%. The district would save about 18.7 million in ongoing expenses every year. The next one is a shared model for dental and vision as well, where the district would just fund the employee only. That would have the ability of saving about $3 million. A cash in lieu of benefits, assuming a 3% participation. What this is other districts offer this where employees who choose not to take health benefits, a district will pay a cash in lieu of. Some districts have like a $300 a month cash in lieu or a $400 a month cash in lieu. They vary, but the point is that the district would provide a cash in lieu of to make it worthwhile for an employee, but the district would still be able to realize the savings in not having to pay the entire health benefit cost for an employee. Of course, an employee would need to provide proof that they had coverage with a spouse or some other means. There's a whole process and system that's set up for this. So assuming that the district was able to assume a 3% participation, it would have the ability to save about $1.4 million every year. And the other item is a 1% employee contribution across the board would generate about $2 million in savings every year. And then there's some escalation factors in our bargaining agreement that if we could also turn them into fixed rates, like many of our other districts have, it would have the ability to save money. And we would have to determine those costs as well, because these depend upon those particular activities being earned. And the furlough day, of course, is a very common one. You're seeing this, even the state has implemented furlough days in the past. A cost of a 1-day furlough district-wide is $1.7 million. A cost of a 1% salary increase or decrease district-wide is $3.4 million. Now, this is overall district-wide. This next slide is a very busy slide, but what we did here was we broke out general fund only, and it's restricted from unrestricted, of course, because for the district, it is unrestricted that's going to make all of the difference. So in those same categories, and you all know that this presentation is posted on the website. I'm not going to take you through too many of these details. So we took those same line items from the previous slide, broke them out by general fund, other funds, and then within the general fund, unrestricted versus restricted. So you could see the impact. It's still pretty significant for when it comes to unrestricted. Just health benefits alone is $12.2 million out of that $18 million. So, and the same is true as you go all the way down the line. And then that last little table there on the bottom is based on our revised adopted budget again, which shows the portion of health benefits of our total budget. So the total cost of our health benefits is almost $81 million. Unrestricted accounts for about $57 million or 9%. Restricted is about 24 or 4%. So overall, health benefits account for 13% of our total budget. Next slide, please. And now we're going to show you some data to show how the district compares to other neighboring districts as far as health benefits are concerned. So the district, as you'll see, we rank number 1 for our active employee district contribution per FTE is $21,000. And our maximum can be as high as $31.4 thousand. And so in comparison to our other districts, it is quite substantial. It is a very rich plan. And the source is listed at the bottom of the slide for your reference. Next slide, please. And this is another comparison to our neighboring districts. This is the cost of our certificated substitute daily rates. You'll see that again, the district ranks number 1 when it comes to average daily sub costs. Our maximum goes up to $243. And comparison to our neighboring districts, our rate is quite generous. And this is coming directly from these districts, their websites for their current year salary schedules. And this next slide is our summer school teacher pay rate compared to neighboring districts. Again, the district does rank number 1 at $44.44 per hour. San Juan has a scale, so depending on which teacher is substituting, they might beat the district at 46.92. That's someone that has 11 plus years of experience. and then the rest follow the district. And this is this data was provided to us from School Services of California. It is recent data as of this year. And this is another category that differs from other districts. Counselors and librarians. Of course, no budget reduction is an easy one, and we know that they are not in the best interest of the district or students. But when we were going through the 07-08 budget crisis back then, and we had to make serious and drastic cuts, along with the 1% or the 2% and the furlough days and staffing that was reduced, classified, certificated. There was a system in a way that, positions were reduced. And often, unfortunately, counselors and librarians were some of the first categories to go. And I can tell you that in the districts I worked in the last 10 years, those districts have worked very hard to restore both of these positions as funding became available, because they were the first to go and they are so important to school districts, to students. However, in Sac City, these categories are not necessarily on the table because they are built into our bargaining agreement and do not allow that flexibility in terms of reducing these, only if the district is funding these positions at a rate that is higher than what is called for in the bargaining agreement. So that's why this slide is here, just as comparison to other districts. Next slide, please. And now we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about a very popular topic that's been talked about in the community, and this is the $100 million sitting in our books and supplies, also known as Object Code 4000. And this data is coming directly from our revised adopted budget for this current year. So what we've done here is we've broken out books and supplies by unrestricted and restricted, because again, restricted has to be spent on those categories for which we're receiving the funding. We do not have any choice. It would be great if we could take that $87 million and drop it in to unrestricted and use it to fund our deficit, and we wouldn't have to have a conversation about reducing items, but we can't do that. We are not allowed to do that. It has to stay in the restricted resources for which it is intended. So as you'll see, of that 100 million, only 13% is applied to unrestricted, is for unrestricted items. And we're going to share some information on what that means. So some of the supply items that are purchased with books and supplies is not just paper and toner for copy machines or pencils and pens, but these are the items that are purchased under this category: Chromebooks, technology equipment, textbooks, athletic equipment, repair parts for maintenance and for our transportation shop, tires, fuel, oil, custodial supplies, all the supplies that go with cleaning and maintaining our school sites, instructional materials, etc. The list is quite lengthy, and it's well beyond the paper, pencils, and toner. So next slide, please. So this is a little bit more detail on the unrestricted side of books and supplies. So what we've done here is, because this is a very, very lengthy list, and so we just wanted to kind of give you a high level look at what's in these categories. So these categories represent those departments that have budgets of more than 100,000. The very first one, and I'm just realizing that we left off a word here, is district-wide. That should read district-wide textbooks, $4.4 million. So of that 13, we're already pretty close to half is going to be spent on a textbook adoption. And then after that, we list all the departments. We have our equity excellence, and we have our curriculum, we have our transportation, and then we have our high schools. A couple of our high schools, you're going to wonder, like, why don't we have all of the schools listed there? Do they not get unrestricted supply money? Yes, they do. But the way the formula works for this district is that our schools get $51 per student. So if they did not, meet the criteria to be in the above $100,000 allocation, it's only because they did not have the students to warrant that size of an allocation. But they're listed below as you go down that first column under centralized departments. All other school sites where it says $2.3 million, those are the remaining school sites. And the allocation, again, is listed there for you at $51 per student. And right above that is the remaining central departments. There's 34 more departments, and their budgets range from as low as $500 to $88,000. And how we determine these budgets are based on trend analysis, what we expect that they're going to need to absolutely have to purchase in this coming year. And you're going to see that this is going to be, this item is also on the list of proposed budget solutions as we move forward in this slide. So again, the total unrestricted budget for books and supplies is $13.6 million, made up of all these categories. Next slide, please. Now we get to the restricted side of the house, which makes up the bulk, that $87.5 million. And at the very top, so we've done the same thing, but this time what we've done, because this list is pages and pages long, so this time instead of 100,000 and above, we started with 1 million and above, and then all of the other resources are below. So let's start with 1 million and above. At the top of that list is our coronavirus relief funds. As you might recall, we got some pretty big dollar amount for COVID-19 relief funds. And again, this is one-time money. The bulk of this, $34 million, is expiring at the end of this year. Not exactly at the end, by 12/30/20, $34 million is expiring. And we have been working very hard to spend that on allowable expenses that meet the criteria of these funding sources. And then the remaining funds are going to be expiring next year, with the last bucket expiring, I believe it's September 30th of 21. So you'll see that and it's also referred to as the CARES relief, the CARES funds. The CARES funds account for more than 50% of that 87 million. So yes, that 100 million ballooned significantly, but not due to other regular restricted resources. It was mainly due to the CARES funds funding that we got, which we did get pretty late as well. So that's the reason for that. And then after that, are most of our regular restricted resources. The next one, big one, is our routine restricted maintenance account. This pays for things like supplies for roofing repairs, for field repairs, for HVAC repairs, for anything that requires supplies for our facilities. And we are not allowed to divert those funds to the unrestricted side of the house or to use them in any other manner other than the way this resource is how it's specified for this resource. The next one is our SIG grant, and we know that this is one-time money as well, as because it's going to be expiring next year. They have $5.8 million, and then we go with Title I, and then there's another little bit of Corona relief funds, the state learning loss mitigation funds of $3.4 million. So when you start to add up the two, really they do exceed, more than 50% of the total amount on CARES money. And then we go into restricted lottery, and you all know that restricted lottery can only be used for textbook adoptions. And then there's Title IV, and then there's our CSI, and then other local is other grants, our Medi-Cal, our special ed, and then our CTE incentive grant, and then a bunch of other little resources that range from $380 to $980,000. So all of these resources have their guidelines on how we can spend these dollars. And the majority of them are spent on supplies for students, such as instructional materials, other like Chromebooks, other learning devices. But we cannot take these funds and move them to the unrestricted side of the house. We're just not allowed to do that. And in some cases, some of them have limitations on carryover. So if we don't spend the money by the time this resource will expire, we have to return those funds as well. So lots of restrictions that are associated with these. So I hope this clarifies this $100 million. And again, this is posted on the district website so that you can, go ahead and take a look, and feel free to ask us any questions on this. Superintendent, is there any other comments on this slide?
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Board members, I know that this has been an ongoing discussion and that you have asked several times for a greater explanation of this books and supplies object code line item, which is really an accounting practices that is used not just in Sac City, and certainly not to hide any resources. So we thought it was important that we outline in the level of detail that Ms. Ramos just did a few minutes ago, what makes up the resources that are often discussed as the district hiding resources, if you will, So I wanted to make sure that our board had access to this information and that we, as Ms. Ramos mentioned, posted it on our website. And we'd be obviously very open and committed to making sure that at the interim period reports, we could update this information and provide updates to the board, and also post updates on our website as well.
Next slide, please. This next one is on the contracts. A lot of discussion on contracts as well. And so what we've done here is listed for you those contracts that are 1 million and above. And again, we've provided the reference object code 5000. And this includes both the restricted and the unrestricted. And as you'll see, the bulk of the contracts that are over $1 million are restricted. We also have non-discretionary here. And the reason for that is because these are our special ed contracts for some of our non-public schools. And so if the district were to offer some of these services in-house or possibly negotiate a different rate, we would see different costs associated with that. And so just to kind of clarify the terminology here. And the same is true for the unrestricted 2 categories that we have here that are above $1 million. The first one is to our attorneys, Lozano Smith, and they provide general counsel, legal services. And the other is School Insurance Authority, which is our JPA that we belong to provide our property liability and workers' comp insurance that we have to have that insurance in place. And that is also 1.9. And what are we doing to control those costs? Because obviously, we shouldn't just accept those rates and roll these amounts over every year. We do our due diligence and we do shop rates. And as a matter of fact, we are doing that right now with our insurance companies, and not to cause them any discomfort, but they know it's a standard business practice and it's a requirement of school districts to shop. And so this is the season where we do start to take quotes from other providers. But at this moment, in the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to Raul, who's going to spend a little bit of time talking about our legal contracts. Next slide, please.
Good evening, board and superintendent. Thank you, Rose. So yes, I'm just going to speak a little bit about the legal contract, the expenses there, some of the cost drivers of that expenditure, as I know that's been a question that's been raised. So one of the primary drivers of our costs for outside legal services, and as Rose showed in the previous slide, it's budgeted for about $2 million this year. And it was about that much last year, a little bit higher actually. So what's the main cost driver, as you can see here, are some of the administrative litigation matters that we have. We have many. We have 14 active administrative litigation matters with our bargaining partners, 13 with SETA and 1 currently active with SEIU. These can be broken down into 2 categories, either unfair practice charges with PERB, the Public Employment Relations Board, or arbitrations that result from collective bargaining agreement grievances. And as I stated, these matters, together with our expenses for negotiations, which we've been having ongoing negotiations, of course, over the last bit this year for, of course, reopening of schools and different aspects for distance learning. And of course, we're trying to continue with successor contract negotiations. But with negotiations and the administrative litigation matters here, we've got about 60% plus of that total expense for outside legal services. These administrative litigation matters, again, the 13 active there, they range from some that are relatively minor, involving disputes around requests for information and timely production of documents, to other cases that are, complex cases that are quite involved and that take up an extensive amount of time from outside counsel, as well as internal staff time to help prepare those cases. Those cases include the matters involving the dispute around assessments and whether the district can provide a common system of district-wide assessments. There's also unfair practice charges. SCTA has filed 2 unfair practice charges regarding the district's distance learning programs here, both in the spring and in the fall. And also, there's the ongoing case where the district brought one of these cases. So although our labor partners bring the vast majority of these cases, the district brought one unfair practice charge seeking to get SCTA to the bargaining table over successor contract negotiations. So those are some of the more substantial administrative litigation matters that are cost drivers of this outside counsel expense. And again, so many of these are really outside of the district's control. If these matters, unfair practice charges or grievances are brought, the district has a duty to defend them. And of course, when it feels that it's in the right, it really needs to do that. That said, internally in the district, we are looking at ways to proactively address our legal issues before they result in litigation or any other expenses that would have to go to outside counsel. So internally, we've tried to address more matters in-house. Some of those are listed here, addressing employment complaints, labor disputes, parent complaints, conducting trainings, for example, on Title IX and the new regulations, and of course, addressing Public Records Act requests and requests for information, business contract MOU matters, and the like. So again, the district is trying to keep more of these costs internally and avoid those external costs. But on the other hand, many of these matters are outside of our direct control and then do result in a large amount of fees for outside counsel.
Thank you, Raul. Before goes back to Ms. Ramos, board members, I did think that it was valuable because we have heard this question about contracts, not just legal services contracts, but all contracts in general, and the amount of money that we are spending on most of them. And you could see in the summary that Ms. Ramos presented, we will continue to try to reduce those overall costs, but most of those costs, of course, we are obligated because they do provide services to our students directly.
Next slide, please. All right, so the second part of the proposed fiscal recovery plan involved looking at those items that were within the district's control. And of course, these are the non-negotiable items that we could possibly reduce or identify as solutions. So what this piece involved was reviewing staffing and those non-mandated services. The first one was to review class sizes in grades 4 through 8. Then secondly, we identified any staffing above base formula or above the collective bargaining agreements. And then finally, we reviewed those non-mandated services. So we're going to walk you through each of these 3 items that we looked at. So for the first one, the class size grades, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Terry Ryland, who's our fiscal advisor, who assisted us tremendously with this area also. So next slide, please. And if we could allow Terry to come on.
Thank you, Rose. Good evening, board and superintendent. As you know, FCMAT was in the district in the spring and summer and issued a letter in September to the district, and they commented regarding low class sizes in grades 4 through 8. So the district spent some time kind of recreating those numbers, looking where they came from, and what they discovered was that FCMAT had used had based their calculation on what's called a class size penalty report, but it included different data than what the district usually uses. to measure individual classroom ratios. So the numbers weren't wrong and the report wasn't wrong, but the purpose, it had a different purpose. And so we're going to talk about some of the adjustments that were made to come up with calculations that worked for the district and gave the district the data that it needed. For reference on this slide are the collective bargaining agreement maximum class sizes, and those are not averages. Those are actually maximums for each individual class. So in order to not exceed class sizes by individual classroom, obviously your averages are going to have to be a little bit lower than that, right? If an average is some are higher, some are lower, and nobody can be higher than the CBA limits, your average is going to run a little bit lower. So using the numbers on this slide, these are the numbers that FCMAT used. They used a total number of pupils enrolled in grades 4 through 8, a little bit over 16,000, total number of FTE teachers, 757, and came up with a calculation of 21.3 students per teacher. So that seemed really low. I think the staff agreed that's a low number. Let's look at that again. Well, what was discovered was to do the calculation that the district needed to measure individual class sizes, a certain number of teacher positions needed to be removed from the calculation because they weren't individual teachers standing in front of one classroom, right? And so, and then there were a few additional special ed students that were also included in that ratio. So here's a list of some of the types of positions that were removed from the calculation to get to that much more pure number of students per individual classroom teacher. So there were some.
Oh, sorry, Terry.
Yes.
Can you? Can you? Not you, Vincent. Can you please advance the slide, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
Okay, and actually, can you go one more? Thank you. Okay, this will make a lot more sense then. And so here's a list of some of the types of positions that were excluded from the district's calculation. Some resource special ed teachers, charter school teachers, because the charter school students weren't in the calculation. Prep teachers, just kind of the laundry list. And so it was actually ended up being almost 190 FTEs that were removed from the calculation. So if you could go one more slide, please. And so if you look at, the first column of numbers are from a couple of slides ago. And so those were the numbers that were used for the 21.3 class size in the letter. And then the revised numbers after adjusting for the actual operations in Sac City to come up with a truer per classroom number. The difference is calculated there. But if you look at that second column where it says revised comparable data, instead of 21.3, the average actually was almost 28. So given the individual classroom limits, as we talked about, right, the CBA limits of 31 and 33, an average of 28 really doesn't leave much wiggle room to increase those class sizes. Please advance it one. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Okay, the next one is, now we're going to go into the proposed fiscal recovery plan. So again, these are items that are non-negotiable items, and we looked at staffing, and Terry just explained that, the 4th through 8th grade review that didn't really produce a whole lot of opportunity there. And so what we did was then we went to other items that were above formula and above the CBA. And then we looked at supplies and services. So let's look at some of the staffing first. This first line item here is for $1.7 million. It includes a review of our assistant principals, our social workers, counselors, and librarians. And again, this just represents those positions that are over the formula or over the contract language. And it wasn't a whole lot. As you can see, 1.74 million is not that many. We'll share additional details shortly. The next one that we looked at was central departments. What could we reduce there? And there wasn't a whole lot there, but we reduced nonetheless. Professional development, I'll get back to the staffing in a second. The supplies, what we did is we took 15% of the current budgets. That's going to make it pretty tight, but nonetheless, we applied a 15% amount. And then for staffing, That has to yet be determined. Depending on what decisions are made as far as scaling back some of the programs, there may be other support staff from the classified rank that will be reduced as well. For example, if we choose to reduce some of the programs at some school sites that may not have as many students, we may not need as many custodials there, or the clerical support staff will fall under the different ranking of formula, because our clerical support staff and some of our other classified staff at the school sites are based on formula that's driven by a number of students that attend those schools. So on the staffing, that one will need a little bit more work, and it will be determined what number we arrive at. And then the third category are program and sites. And this is other staff that are above formula. And that one did generate about $9.6 million. And this is what, and again, this isn't closing schools. This is not doing anything like that, other than just looking at staffing that is above formula. This is FTE, additional FTE that's required to operate some of these programs. And then the next category is just the dual immersion program. This is just the unrestricted general fund portion. It's supporting about a 0.2 at one of the school sites, because the other dual immersion positions are being paid for with restricted dollars. So altogether in this category A, we were able to come up with about $13.6 million in potential savings. And then category B are special programs that warrant more discussion. And you'll see that staff really didn't recommend that, but nonetheless, the board is being presented with all options that are above formula or above contract for consideration. And that was $4.9 million. So altogether, both of these categories amounted to $18.6 million. And we have a note there at the bottom for category A that says that note that counselors and librarian staffing ratios are included in the SETA collective bargaining agreement. And so that prevents the reduction of about 57.1 in this area, which is equal to $7.5 million. All right, so if let's go to the next category. This is, next slide, please, thank you. This is category B, and this is the one that was in the previous slide. This is just a breakdown of that $4.9 million. And these are the items that staff does not recommend, but nonetheless, they are there as possible reductions. And this is where I'm going to invite some of our other cabinet members to kind of share some information on these categories. The first one is the visual and performing arts and the music teachers. And Christine, I believe you're with us this evening, if you wanted to give any comments on this category.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Rose. In this category, one of the reasons that the staff has this under not being recommended is we were discussing that could we potentially support prep time that is right now being supported with PE teachers with music teachers. And there was a recommendation that came, could we instead have teachers provide the PE prep and be able to move the music teachers into the prep time. And the reason that we're not recommending this is we know that our PE teachers and our music teachers have very different expertise and skill set. And so it would not be an easy shift or way for us to continue to serve students. So we did put this in the does not recommend category.
Thank you. And for career technical education, Mr. Vincent Harris can also share some comments about the impact of this reduction that is pretty wide.
Right. I mean, as we think about our CT programming, we currently have 26 pathways across 10 schools, impacting about just over 3,200 students, grades 9 through 12. One of the unique attributes of CT funding is that there's a high dependency on matches. And so, as we think about the CT grants that we have, typically they require a 2-1 district match. And so ultimately any cuts that we make actually reduces overall capacity for the overall program, which will ultimately impact our pathways, which we're trying to re-energize to a large degree in order to support our students to be career ready. So, ultimately, this is why we don't recommend this cut, because it does impact student programming in a pretty significant way for all of our students who are interested in CTE pathways.
Thank you, Vincent. And then for Safe Schools, Miss Lisa Allen can share some comments on this program as well.
Yes, I'm here. The Safe Schools funding was not recommended by staff. That $940,000 includes the director of Safe Schools as well as support staff that he has. And the additional funding, when we reimagined school safety, that funding was previous SRO funding that is now, we have a safety task force that is discussing what to do with that additional $600,000 to ensure that our schools are safe. So this is funding that we are recommending not to move.
Thank you, Lisa.
I'd like to speak, Kate, please. Yes.
Yep.
So this is FTE in our GATE department that includes the coordinator that does so much to support our gifted and talented education programs across the district, but really does that and so much more. And also supports administrative support for the GATE program and other support across CNI. And so staff felt very strongly that this we know is a possibility, but we did put it under that we do not recommend that this be considered. This would have an enormous impact on our students across the district, both in GATE and in service in other areas to our students. And then also on new teacher induction, we absolutely have to have an induction program to maintain our teachers, to bring our teachers in, and to help our teachers to be successful. And so if we don't have this program in-house, we believe that it's served well in-house. This is staffing for that program, and we believe that we do a good job doing this work in-house. If we were not doing this right here in Sacramento City Unified School District, our teachers would need to get this support elsewhere. And we feel very strongly that it's important that this remain right here with us and that we care for our teachers with this work in Sac City Unified.
Thank you, Christine. And this next line item, Mr. Vincent Harris will discuss this one as well.
I mean, ultimately, this line item gets at all of our infrastructure. So as you think about the elements of the improvement accountability and school support, they really come down to various backbone operational things that directly support our students. So state mandated testing, our supports for English learner students, some of the infrastructure that relates to things that Ms. Pieta just spoke to in terms of GATE assessments, math assessments, lots of the things in our system where we try to see the system come from the work of this team, whether it's our school climate survey, our distance learning surveys, also work that is very much directly support of our counselors, support of our social workers through our attendance, behavior, and course performance reports. This is the backbone of creating that type of infrastructure. And so as we think about the impact, it's not something that we want to cut because ultimately reduces our ability to see our students. And some of this is state mandated as well, which would create other system challenges in terms of how to push that work away. But I'd say equally important, the ability to create data infrastructure that allows us to see our students so we can intervene and support students is fundamental to the work of this team.
Thank you. And Christine, do you want to speak on the after-school youth development as well?
I don't know if Lisa or Doug Husher is here. This would be their area specifically.
Hi, good evening. This is Lisa. As you know, this is our after-school youth development program. This youth development program oversees 60 program sites. They work with our summer programming. They oversee our American Indian education program. They work with our Student Advisory Council, Ethnic Studies, support some of our student social media groups and our Men and Boys of Color program, to name a few of the programs that they run. This is a program that is vital to our students and to our community. They're also very involved with our hubs that we have installed in some of our schools. So that's why this is on for not to recommend moving.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So,
Ms. Ramos,
yes.
if I can interject and have Mr. Flores go back two slides to the right there on the item that's reflected under dual immersion. I believe that's a 0.2 FTE, but I just want to highlight that for this slide and for the next slide. On this slide, I just want to pause a moment and ask the board to reflect, our community to reflect in just how little flexibility we're down to, and why I talked about being down to the bare bones, that our partners at SCOE, in addition to Rose Ramos, the services of Jackie Canfield, who supported us last year and has come back to support us again in the development of this fiscal recovery plan. And then at SCOE, Ms. Terry Ryland, Tammy Sanchez, Nick Schweitzer, at least 5 very capable individuals coming down to a point in which they have identified a $25,000 line item where we are using unrestricted general funds that we've had to identify and say we would have to take that additional funding beyond the base funding levels in the amount of just $25,000. And then on the next slide, I just wanted to add that, of course, you wouldn't expect any of our committed staff members to recommend any cuts to these areas, but we did feel compelled to include them for your consideration, given the severity of our challenges, and that will be the decision point for you as our board. But of course, these are critical services to our students, and again, just speaks to the difficult decisions that we have to make, given the little resources we have in our current budget structure to invest innovatively on behalf of our students.
Thank you. Okay, so we're getting towards the end of the presentation. And again, just to summarize our financial status, our current financial status, this is our revised adopted budget. Again, the pink shaded line there, row is showing the deficit spending for the district that we're projected to deficit spend this year, 26 million, the coming year 34, the third year 50.1 or 51, and possibly in that 23-24 year, $60 million. And so the impact of that is that it erodes our beginning fund balance to a negative amount. By the time we even get to just 22-23, we're left with a negative 18 million ending fund balance. Not enough to pay the bills again, and certainly not enough to meet our 2% required reserve. So we do need a solution, and we outlined already, the consequences of not doing anything and just, waiting until the state loan is our only solution. That is not a good viable option for the district. And this next slide, please, is again just a reminder on cash flow that we are projecting to have some cash challenges this year, May 21. But as we've shared with you, we should be able to manage that with our temporary interfund transfers, some short-term borrowings, and possibly a waiver of the cash deferrals. And just so that everyone is aware, the district has applied for the waiver for the cash deferrals that we were eligible possibly for. And so now we're waiting to see if they will be approved. And that will certainly make a difference in our cash flow projections in terms of the challenges. And then as far as the short-term borrowing is concerned, that is a trend. The tax revenue anticipation note. And the district is intending to apply for the statewide TRAN pool that is at a lower borrowing expense as well. And so more to come on that area. But those, again, we have to emphasize are short-term solutions, right? I mean, that we're just borrowing that because of the waivers, because of the deferrals. And once those are repaid, then the district will fall back into a situation where we deplete our cash reserves if we do not implement a solution. So again, we're looking for a solution to be implemented July 1 of 2021 so that we can start seeing the impact of that ongoing savings and avoid that serious cash situation that can possibly occur in March of 2022. So the next slide is simply the graph that you've seen this before, again, just to illustrate the impact of our depleting cash. And then the next slide is just a repeat of the $51 million ongoing reduction starting in July of next year and the impact on our ending fund balance and our deficit. And then the next slide is just looking at a $15 million reduction. And again, we picked the $15 million because, as you saw from the list of the non-negotiable items, there are not many items there. And so we just, used the middle of the between 10 and 19 million, knowing that there were about 4.5 or so million of that 19 that staff did not recommend. So we said, okay, what's left after that is about 15 million, reducing 15 million. What is the impact on our budget then? And you see it's good for a year, but we do not eliminate the deficit, and we quickly fall back into that situation of not being able to meet our reserve in that third year. We will need another solution. So, and then finally we get to, I believe, and that concludes our presentations. And so now we are opening it up to questions and answers, unless our superintendent would like to add anything else at this point.
No, thank you. I only want to say thank you, Ms. Ramos, for all of your work leading up to the presentation. I also want to acknowledge Superintendent Dave Gordon and his staff who have joined us for the presentation. I requested that they be available to answer any questions that our board members might have with greater details than what we might be able to provide, but also as or in their role as stay and rescind authority and their fiscal oversight of the district as well. So I want to just say thank you to Superintendent Gordon and his team who are available as the board thinks about questions during your discussion time.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Given the fact that we have asked the superintendent of the County Office of Education and his team to make themselves available, what I'm going to do is, rather than take public comment first and then go into board member questions and comments, we're actually going to begin with board member questions and comments. I want to ensure that we're limiting board member questions to 3 questions and 3 minutes per board member. I want to make sure that our board understands that we have 119 public comments on this item. At 1 minute each, that will be an additional 2 hours of public comments. And in the interim, as board members ask questions of the Sac City team and then the County Office of Education team, I would ask that you group the public comments. We have up to 15 minutes per public comment topic within this item. So in other words, if we have comments on visual and performing arts, we will have no more than 15 minutes of public comments at 1 minute each. If we have comments on Waldorf schools, we will have no more than 15 comments at 1 minute of public comment each. We have all of these public comments archived for public record. Board members have received each and every one of the 119 comments that our community has submitted, and I want to thank you for your diligence and energy in submitting those comments. So I can assure you that we will have a chance to review them all. They will also be made publicly available for our community at large on the district website. So with that, I want to, before turning it over to our board members to ask questions and comments, also say to our community, I understand the distress that many of you are feeling in seeing this menu of options, some that feel truly catastrophic in terms of the consequences to student motivation and learning. These are the very limited options we have outside of negotiated savings. Now, these are a menu of options in full transparency for discussion, but not necessarily for action and cuts. We do know that we have an alternative path through continuing to pursue the negotiated solutions around healthcare benefit savings, and that is another discussion that is part of a truly holistic approach to tackling the structural deficit, which has been documented not just with the 6 audits over the course of the past 2 years, as discussed by the superintendent and his team, but for more than a decade by sources across the state. So with that, if I can please see a show of hands from board members who have questions and comments. Again, we are limiting your questions to 3 and within 3 minutes each per board member. Board Member Minnick, then Board Member Garcia.
So I just had a comment on this, and I'm struggling with this, and I appreciate the amount of work that went into this, collecting all this information and presenting it to us. I know it was, probably several weeks worth of work on our staff's account. We have for at least a couple years now talked about the need to renegotiate our healthcare benefits and the savings that would create. And that was made clear again tonight, that is the best, and I would argue only way to get us out of this situation. And I know that some of my colleagues have asked for a plan B if we can't come up with negotiated savings, and I have on more than one occasion said that the plan B is really bankruptcy, and I still believe that to be the case. We've been told by staff, we've been told by Superintendent Gordon that we've cut essentially everything that we can cut without dramatically harming our ability to serve our students. So folks wanted a plan B, here it is. And it's horrible. And I just feel like we know the answer to this problem. There's one answer to this problem. And if we really care about kids, we're going to make sure that that's what happens. I have one school board meeting left, and I do not want to end my time on the school board gutting programs and supports to students so the small group of adults can get the most expensive healthcare plan. I just don't think that's what our job is. Our job is to support our kids. And as much as I appreciate the work that went into this, all this information tonight, even the recommended options, I don't think are fair to our kids. I don't think that's cool. I think we're doing our whole community an injustice if we approve any of these cuts. I think we've gotten as far down as we can go. So that's it. I don't have any questions. That's just where I'm standing right now. And unless something drastically changes between now and December 10th, I'm still going to feel that way.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to revisit. Were you asking Superintendent Gordon to speak before board members, or I just?
No.
Okay.
So Member Garcia, if you have questions of Superintendent Gordon or his team, we are asking board members to have those questions at the top so that they do not have to stay for the 2 hours of public comment.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. So, this is a very much appreciated presentation. I know a lot of work went into this, but I think this is a level of detail and transparency that we need to know about. So I just want to thank staff and everyone who was involved in providing this level of detail. My head is spinning still just because there was so much information, but I think, Rose, you did an incredible job in really walking us through all the slides in a very digestible way and with very digestible manner. I mean, even with the examples of what household budgets look like and how we find ourselves in this particular situation. And while I think none of my colleagues and I would like to make these budget reductions, we know we have to. We even if there are negotiated savings through healthcare savings, that amount is not enough. So we still have a gap that we need to address. And I would much rather be talking about how we're making investments and not reductions on a list that is already very, that is, going to impact students. And none of us ran for office or for school board to do that. So unfortunately, this is our reality and this is where we find ourselves. But I do have a couple of questions related to just some of the items on both lists, I think A and B. And I know that there was a sweep sort of with Jackie Canfield of any potential service, FTE, that could be funded through another funding source that wasn't the unrestricted general fund. And I just want to ask if that analysis was done once again, just because I see, for example, maybe the dual language immersion program, the $25,000 unrestricted general fund. I don't know if that's something that can be covered through S&C dollars. I'm just wondering if that analysis was made.
Yes, it was, Member Garcia. We did, and the other dual immersion positions are already funded with Title I. And so this one little tiny piece, this particular position, there is no more Title I for it because the Title I has been allocated the way it should. And an S&C is also considered part of the unrestricted general fund. It's not necessarily a restricted resource. But yes, all that was done. We've gone through the Title I admin list. As you know, Title I only allows a 15% for admin costs, and same thing applies there. There will be a trade-off. You take one out, that's the position that gets lost to put one back in. So that's been done.
And then I have two more questions. So I have a clarifying question on the list on the B list, and I'm not seeing on my slides here. But there was the CTE where I think it was $925,000, something to consider. And that is the entire amount, the matching requirement, that the district matching requirement in order to accept the CTE, the CTEIG grant dollars? Or I'm trying to understand sort of context. If this were to be eliminated, what does that mean to the programs? Do all the programs go away? What is the overall impact? So I'm not sure I understand that from the list. If a lot of these programs just completely disappear, or if it's like 10% of the entire expenditure related to the programs.
Yeah, it's a good portion, but it is a match for several other grants. And I believe Mr. Vincent Harris is also on the line, and he can talk a little bit about the ripple effect it's going to have on all of these other funding sources if we don't have a match for this program.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. I mean, certainly, Laura Garcia, it doesn't take away the whole program. I mean, I think as Ms. Ramos spoke to it, it's the matching, it's the capacity reduction that happens. So currently, we've got 26 pathways across 10 sites. Basically, we've got 4 types of CT funding. The primary focus on this specific cut is on our K-12 Strong Workforce Grant. So, in terms of the overall impact, I mean, I can't give you the pure math because all we've done is just the math of the money. But if you want to say kind of programming impact, I would just say ballpark about a quarter of the programming probably is directly impacted. And of course, again, this is an area where most of our programming has some sort of match, so our bandwidth reduces. And so to the essence of your question, I'd say it's probably a quarter impact to the program for sure. maybe more in terms of, overall reducing our capacity for other matching grants, because of course, obviously we probably would make the same decision with another grant that comes due, because of course not all the grants are due right now. So we'd only do this analysis where we knew we could take out a grant. But I think the ripple effect to Ms. Rollins' point is that then next year we'd probably be back in the same conversation saying, we'll be in a spiral of cutting. And then of course that cut will be multiplied by losing the match as well.
Right. Okay. I understand that. So I think that would be helpful. Just, maybe for the next time that this comes to us, understanding sort of what percentage of the overall program the dollar amount corresponds to. And then there was on the list A under, let me find my slide. I think it was under the positions, perhaps. It was like at the $9 million
Yes.
line item. Yeah, program sites, staff over the formula. So one of the things that I learned about, and I'm wondering if this is also going to happen from SCOE. SCOE last time gave us, I think they were program impact reports, as they were related to some of the reductions that we were making, impacting programs. Wondering if those are coming our way. But in addition to that, I just want to understand more what the elimination of an FTE, a staff member, does to a program. Because, for instance, the International Baccalaureate program, there are certain staff that need to be part of that program in order for the program to exist or to be approved through an authorized process, to be approved and be able to call itself an IB program. So I want to more deeply understand what we can see next time in terms of a program impact report, and how are we going to address that? Because then that basically destabilizes that entire program at this particular school. So I want to be mindful of those types of things, and then figure out what other choices we have in order to get us part of the way to savings, or find out how else we can address these issues. So that's one question. And then I just have a follow-up question on process.
Member Garcia, to your first question, we certainly can work on these impact statements. You do remember that last spring we produced some of those. I just want to be clear to the board, with the board, that one aspect of those impact statements are really unknown, which is what impact might they have on enrollment, for example, to the school that you were just mentioning about perhaps losing some type of certification, if you will, because we're not able to invest from our unrestricted general funds to maintain that program. So we won't be able to provide you great details on the potential enrollment impacts, but we will do everything we can to provide information based on data that we're aware of. So I can think of, for example, the proposal to do away with AP tests. We can go back to the point in time in the district where we weren't paying for AP tests and tell you what that information looked like compared to once we started to pay for AP tests. What was the increase in the number of students who took AP tests? What you're describing, we certainly can come back to as well, which is of the potential reductions that are being proposed here, how much of them are compliance oriented or regulatory in nature, if you will, for a certification of a program or for approval of a program, if you will. But again, what's difficult about this is that because of the structural deficit, that goes to the heart of the essence of why this is so difficult, which is that we don't have the ability to say, we don't have, we know that these programs are small or not as big as they can be, or they're not self-sustaining, but we choose to invest in them. And that's the case with child development. It's the case with some of our programs, looping and other features that make some of our programs very unique. Because our budget structure right now is one in which we aren't able to close that structural deficit, nor is it able to produce the revenue stream for us to make those very intentional decisions to honor the innovation of our programs, despite the fact that they're not self-sustaining or don't bring in the resources to sustain themselves. So it's a very good point, and we will include, to the extent that we can, again, which programs might suffer from that certification, regulatory, compliance-oriented issues.
So, and then my last question is related to that situation, but it just triggered sort of trying to understand what the process was. I think at one point we talked about, as a board, the importance of seeking or working in collaboration with our school site leaders to identify ways to achieve savings. So I'm wondering if that happened in this particular process, and why, if it didn't, why it didn't. But moving forward, is that something that we can make sure happens maybe before we see the final recommendations for savings?
Certainly, and as I expect that somebody might ask, one of the board members might ask, and you asked a little bit of it in terms of the Title I question, Member Garcia. We know where we have allocated Title I resources. We know that we're sort of at the threshold now, so reducing, one investment for an admin position or some other position that meets that 15% threshold would just result in the loss of another one, if you will. Because we know how much we are investing in Title I, we would have to make cuts to those expenditures to create greater flexibility elsewhere. But I'm very open to having those conversations, and will commit to having as much as we can with each of our school sites about potential ways that they might even think that we could save some resources. But the reality is that we're down to the last portion of resources, if you will, that we know that we're investing on top of base funding formulas, et cetera. And some of these investments predate me. For example, American Legion, at some point, we made a wise decision to say, it's a school that has great need. We need to invest in an assistant principal there. And we did so using some of these funds, which is one of the positions that would be reduced here. We have some assistant principals in other sites where we said, it makes a lot of sense. Here at CERNA, as you know, Accelerated Academy, we made a decision some time ago to have a principal level position. And so those are the tough decisions, but we basically have identified the few resources that are available to invest above and beyond base funding. And we know that what makes it hard is that some of these investments are basically funding what makes some of those programs unique and valuable to our families as well.
And I appreciate that. But again, I'm really interested in hearing that we're working with our school site leaders so that they're part of identifying those savings. They know their needs of the school site level very well. They know where they can maybe make reductions and then help us come to the target number in a more collaborative way, rather than, I feel like a lot of this was identified at the district level versus the school site level. So I'm hoping that there's more of a partnership for both at the district level and the school site level. So I just wanted to leave my comments there because I know there are other questions.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And I'm wondering if you can help us with facilitating timekeeping, since we don't have the traditional clock setting to ensure that we move through this item. So Anne, if you can please give us a cue when we've hit the 3 minutes per board member questions and comments. Can I see hands for those who would like to speak next? Member Pritchett, and then Member Murawski.
Thank you, President Ryan. And I agree. I want to thank staff for this extensive report. And I also want to just take a moment and thank all of the parents and community members that reached out to me over the last couple of days. I think just yesterday, I responded to 53 emails, 3 phone calls, and 1 Zoom meeting with parents last night. And I just want you all to know how much I appreciate you reaching out to me. So I have one question. I keep it very simple for the next board meeting, most of my and work with staff. And then I have a few comments. Rose, one question that came about when I spoke with many parents yesterday was the explanation of step and column. And I know you had mentioned that also in your presentation. Can you just give us a brief explanation of how step and column work?
Yes, I can, Member Pritchett. The way it works is that, as you know, we have a salary schedule, and it's made up of columns and rows, and you get placed there depending on what category you belong to. Let's just take a teacher, for example. Depending on their credentials and years of experience, they get placed in a particular cell. And then as they either earn educational credits, advancement, or degrees, they move over. And then they move over also along with years of service. They move, and when I say move over, meaning they incrementally increase their salary. And that's referred to as step and column, because they're stepping into the next row, and then they're moving over in their column. So it's just step and column. And how we calculate that is that it's based on a trend analysis. We look back to see, what was the cost of our step and column from this year to this year. And we might look back another couple of years. And then we also look at where our teachers are. You might be in a district where maybe, and I'm just going to, pick on the teachers for just a second, because they're the majority of our employees. In some districts, you might have teachers who the bulk of them are at the far end of the salary schedule. So your step and column is probably not going to be as significant. Whereas if you have a bunch of teachers that are in the middle or close to, starting at the beginning, then your step and column is going to be a little bit higher. So that's why that trend analysis is very important. And then also reviewing the demographics of your employee groups. And you might have the same thing for your classified. Often your classified, though, those tend to have more longevity. So you're going to have those at the tail end of your salary schedule. So
is it automatic, Rose?
There, yes, it is. Step and column is pretty much there. I know on the teachers, they're evaluated once a year. Conti can probably chime in and say when that happens, but there is an evaluation that takes place to evaluate new educational attainment, new credits, or new degrees that are reviewed. And then as far as their year is concerned, that usually in most districts that I've seen, it's automatic. Like, I'm going to pick on the classified now. As you move in a year and you're eligible to take that new growth for that new year, it's already set in place in your system that it rolls into that new cell automatically.
Perfect. Thank you for that explanation. And I just want to say that, I know I'm asking these questions because the community is asking these questions. And I also want to just say that, our teachers are very valuable to us. And I don't think that there's a single person on this board that does not think that they deserve more than they get. So to my comments, I really want to bring us to the root of this problem and why we're, even having these conversations. I've been on this board for 8 years. And I know I even said at the last meeting, in 8 years, we have been talking about benefits, reducing benefits, giving comparable plans to all of our staff for 8 years. And I know it even predates me. And this is the reason why we're actually having these conversations, because we cannot get to the table to have these discussions. We have closed schools. We have cut to the bare at our district office. We've made major cuts and changed practices. And now we're even in a worse situation. So I just, I have to say that I'm extremely disappointed by SCTA's comments tonight. And to say that they still don't believe that we're in a budget deficit is just atrocious. I just can't believe that we're still having this conversation when we're talking about cuts like these. So here we are once again talking about major cuts that are going to be direct cuts to students. I'm just dumbfounded over this. So we have the opportunity to get to the table with SCTA to discuss benefits and offering a plan with teachers, which we've said over and over. It's a comparable plan. We're not trying to take benefits of our teachers. It would just be a significant savings to our district. And will it fix that? Like, you know, my colleague said before, member Garcia, will it fix the problem completely? No, it will not fix the problem completely, but it will make a significant difference. Every one of you that is listening to this tonight, we would not be asking for these changes to be made unless it was absolutely urgent. Right now, we're in a sink or swim situation. We are not just a short time away, or we are just a short time away from running completely out of money and going into state takeover. When I look at these cuts, I'll tell you right now, I refuse to make cuts like these that are direct cuts to students without coming to the table with SCTA. This is just ridiculous. I am pleading with SCTA and its members. Please take this serious. It is time to stop with all the negativity. It's time to join forces, work together, and build relationships that we much need. Get to the table with all of our staff and be part of the solution that's going to save our district. We have to work together. We have to save for our district. This is what's best for our district, our staff, and our students.
Thank you, Member Pritchett. Member Morawski, followed by Member Vang.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to thank Rose for this presentation and everyone who worked on it, Jackie Canfield included. Rose, this was one of the best, most clear, most thorough presentations I've ever seen on a subject like this. So I just really have to hand it to you. I enjoyed, diving in deep on all of the topics that you covered. And so I just really appreciate it. I think, we've been talking about this since before I was sworn in on this board 2 years ago. And we need to get out of this crisis. We need to get out of this kind of spinning carousel. We need to get out of this mode where we can never get to a point where we're out of crisis to make proactive investments in our students. We need stability. I'm 100% committed to avoiding receivership because we cannot do that to our community, and we must not. So that's kind of where I start from. I think there's a lot of social justice issues we're dealing with in our district. I think the social justice issues are about how we're serving our students and not about, changes to health benefits to make them comparable to what we see in surrounding districts that are still very generous. And I hope this presentation puts to rest a lot of the myths and rhetoric around our budget. I think it was just very clearly laid out. So I really hope that this is an opportunity for, folks who I'm sure many mean well. Budgets are complicated, but I think laying it out as clearly as you did, hopefully will make it clear to everyone, where we are, how we got here, and how we can move forward. So I do have a couple questions. I wanted to, first of all, I guess the one part of the presentation where I did feel like I didn't get enough is a more clear explanation of some of the specific cuts or options. So a little bit on the content, a little bit on the process. So on the non-negotiable items, the programs and sites staff over formula, that's almost $10 million. It's just written as one line item. I am not getting a whole lot of explanation as to what those cuts are. Can you characterize those in just in broad terms now? But I also want to request, something like, and maybe we can work together on this, something like the impact statements. I was thinking about it as sort of a budget options, just explanation where it would say that, the cost, is it one time or not? What's the impact on students? Is it a long-term, one-time or ongoing? What's the funding source? Just like all the basic program information for what's being proposed to be cut. But maybe for right now, we could just have just a broad overview of what is in that line item.
Sure, yes, we can, definitely. And we can provide those details, Member Borowski. It's just, the list is so long. But yeah, so some of the items included in there would be things like, and the reason why it's referred to, let me back up a little bit, sites, program sites, staff over formula. Again, the approach was to look at anything that was above the base formula, what we need, minimum staffing that we needed for classrooms, based on either contract language or based on classroom size reduction or based on the district's staffing formulas. And so that was the approach, and ignoring everything else and just approaching it from that perspective. So the programs that came out of that included items like the contributions that we make to some of our charter schools, that we've made those contributions consistently year over year. And we have two in particular that are showing deficits ongoing and no solutions to resolving those deficits. Also contributions to our preschool program, and this is not the parent participation program. They're built into the budget separately and differently, and because this is the portion that is not funded with state contracts or with any other funding source. And also FTE for some of our district-wide programs that include things like our Waldorf schools. And this isn't eliminating the program, it's more reducing the FTE that's above and beyond that would be needed if it were just operating like a regular K-6 or K-8 school with 30 kids in a classroom or 24, whatever have you. But because of their model, it requires additional FTE. Additional programs included were programs at some of our schools like our Rosa Parks, John Still. These are our K-8 models where the class sizes in the middle schools are very, very small. But yet, because the students need that curriculum in order to satisfy their educational requirements, we have to put the same FTE there as we would if we had a class of 30 students, whether they only have 10 or 15 or 12. And Kit Carson is one of those as well. We know their high school program has some very small classes, but yet they require the same level of commitment. And so so those are them, not to go on and on. I'm looking at the list here. That was part of that. Another piece of it that was in there that included other programs were things like college and career visits. Our transportation, that's an important one to note that is included in there. This is the non-special ed transportation for a group of students that were impacted by school closures 7-8 years ago. They were promised transportation to the school that they would be going to. But now those students would have reached their final year, assuming they started in TK back when their school was closed. This would be their last year, assuming they were a regular TK through 6 school. So we looked at those. The transportation that was not included in the list, that's not special ed, includes transporting those students that don't have a safe way to walk to school because they have to cross very dangerous intersections or overpasses over the freeway or railroad tracks. And so it was about, yeah, so altogether it came out to about half of that, the non-special ed transportation being considered as a reduction.
Okay.
If I could just interject real quickly, Member Morosky, we will do everything that we can. I think I mentioned earlier that the PowerPoint presentation we've posted for community and for others does include a series of hyperlinks. And so what we'll do is we'll try to figure out how to provide information with the details that you're asking about in those categories. So in that chart that has that general description, we will hyperlink the more detailed information so that you could see some of the information that Rose is providing, which of course we have access to, and we want to make sure that everybody else is able to see. I'll just react to, again, there's virtually nothing here that I would recommend, of course, but I had heard about this issue of school closures, which predates me, and this idea that we had made a commitment that because of the very busy intersections that students would have to navigate, that we would be providing transportation for a certain number of years. I actually asked our team to get back to me the number of students riding some of those buses that make up that $1 million investment or so. And we have some that transport 9 students, and some might say, well, 9 students is nothing. I think that 1 student is sufficient to warrant protecting their safety from those busy intersections. But again, these are the things that I would say we need to build a budget structure to be able to say 1 student is sufficient, and we choose to invest in continuing to provide transportation so that they can avoid those busy intersections in light of the school closure that occurred. Because it doesn't matter that students have now graduated that used to be at the schools. I mean, the intersections haven't gotten any safer.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I will appreciate, and I'm sure the community will appreciate that greater level of just transparency and explanation about what those line items are, and also the programmatic impact, as Member Garcia was saying, when those cuts are proposed to change the staffing formula for a Waldorf school, what does that mean? Does that mean they can maintain or not maintain their program? Or like we just need to know, those basic things in order to make informed decisions. I do have a question for maybe for Superintendent Gordon or Rose, I'm not sure. But, Rose, I think you mentioned the LAO forecast for potential state revenue situation being a little rosier than we had anticipated. So I'm just curious, how either one of you would say we should think about that. I saw you included the COLAs and the dollar amounts with that, so I really appreciate that. If the COLAs were restored, that would be, we would have an additional 8 million or something this year, and and more next year. So just kind of in process wise, like how should we think about how to incorporate potential good budget news?
Yeah, the process is that we would wait until January when the governor comes out with his proposed budget, and that'll give us a much better indication. Right now, it's so preliminary. We heard that information today. There was a great CBO workshop today that we got to hear directly from the LAO. And but then again, and Martin Fine was part of this presentation, as well as John Gray from School Services. Really good information. But there was always the word of caution, right? We're still not done with COVID-19. We don't know what impact that's going to have. And so this is great news, though, that, revenues were higher than what was projected. So let's just wait and see. And so by January, so the process, Member Morowski, is in January, we will be bringing to you that information, what we can plan for as far as our budget's concerned. And hopefully it'll be a little bit more concrete, and where we can build in certainly those COLAs if that's the direction that the governor is going to move in terms of granting them. And yes, that'll be great. That'll be a big relief for the district if we were to be able to get those, restore those.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And I guess, you're not recommending that we hold off, though, on making reductions in December until we have more clarity around our budget situation? Or would you think it would make sense to say, yes, we're going to plan on we'll make these cuts, since they're not operative until July anyway. We'll plan on making these cuts. If we do get a better revenue situation, then we could talk about what we're willing to restore from that. Or
yeah, that's correct, Member Morowski. And I know we're under, fiscal advisor, so I want to make sure that I'm in line with what SCOE's thinking is. But just from past experience, I can tell you, this was the same manner that we pursued this in other districts, is that we started planning for reductions and they were board approved. And then, of course, the contingency was if the state budget came in a lot better, then things would be restored or replenished. And it was very uncomfortable, because I know that people need certainty and they need to know, yeah, my program is going to be saved. But that was the best thing that district could do back then. And there were some cases where the reduction wasn't as severe and we were able to bring back just a little bit of, this program or that program. But this is the way we would follow that course.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Okay, and just a final clarifying question on the non-negotiable or the negotiable items. Is that list a list? Is that a proposal, like all of those things together, or are those just examples of what could be achieved?
I'll let Raul speak to this. I know these are current examples, but I'm not sure exactly what has been proposed other than the health benefits. Raul, is that?
Sure, Rose. Can we have the slide pulled up? Some of those items have been proposed, and some have not. Some come from recommendations from the state auditor, which have not necessarily been proposed.
It's 15, slide 15.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify the context in which it was being presented to us tonight. So is the context tonight is these are examples of negotiable savings. It's not like a particular add these all up and you'll get our proposal, or
that's correct. That's correct.
So these are examples. Okay.
No. I want to clarify, Member Morowski. You have it's a good question, but I'd rather just go through the list and tell you what's on the table already, just as a reminder to the board and to our community. So, Mr. Bosio.
Sure. The first item is, I would say, largely on the table and been passed. The vast majority, approximately over 17 million and change of that 18 plus would come from the proposal to SCTA. And then the remainder of that figure there on the chart would be due to classified and unrepresented and other labor groups. So a smaller amount of savings there. Other items, the second, the third have not been proposed. The other contract items, both of those rows, those are subjects that have been proposed in one form or another. So the OPEB increased employee contribution has been proposed to SCTA, as well as some other items that have been proposed to SCTA relating to those escalation factors for different positions and the like. The furlough day and the cost of 1% have not been proposed.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morowski. Thank you, Raul. Board Member Dang.
Thank you, President Ryan. I just have some comments. I think my fellow board members asked some of the questions that I wanted to ask. I just want to take this moment actually really just to thank Rose for your hard work on bringing this to the board. I think several of us have asked for, we want to put everything on the table, especially for the public in our community, because transparency is key. As I was listening to your presentation and even looking at the proposed program cuts, let's say that we were able to do the cuts, something that will hurt our students and our families, we still wouldn't meet the 2% reserve, right? And our multi-year budget projections, and for me, it's devastating, right? The fact that we have proposed items on the table and that in itself still won't meet the reserve. I became a community organizer back in 2012, 2013, when I came back from college to stop school closures. And at that time, Member Wu and Member Pritchett sat on this board. Both of them voted differently on the school closures. And I can share firsthand as a community organizer, as someone who grew up in this community and saw the impacts of school closure. We saw what that did on our families. We displaced hundreds of students and families when we actually lost ADA in revenue because many of those families never came back. And as a result, I actually think the district ended up losing more revenues than it was able to save because of school closures. I think from this presentation and from various audits over the years, it is painfully clear that our inability to control costs of healthcare puts everything in jeopardy, right? Everyone will suffer. Audits after audits, I just want to put on the record that even after the state audit, right, mentioning that we do have a structural deficit and it's real. And health benefits is one of the main contributing factors of why we're here. So, I just wanted to break this down to my parents, who I've been speaking over the phone this past week, right? As a district, we have a legal obligation to meet our 2% reserve, okay? But I also want to say that, during tough times, I've also seen that labor will end up negotiating against themselves to help our district. So teachers who I've spoken to, who have taught over 20 years in South Sac, have shared with me that, they also have given up, over the years. They have also given in order to save our district during tough times. And in tough times, I also know that as school board members, we are also forced to make cuts to critical programs that we know save lives. So I just kind of want to put this on the record that I actually think while we need to have a negotiated solution, that I actually believe, as a millennial, as a young person, as someone who lives in this community, that actually all of these options are just short-term solutions, right? I actually don't think they're going to save us in the long haul. And I want to share just some thoughts on that. All of us, our labor partners, our board members, superintendent, you, all of us operate in a system that's already set up to fail, right? At a time when we need to be focusing our attention and resources on supporting kids who are distant learning, we actually end up locked in debates about how to free up, critical resources, or either negotiating our staff's healthcare benefits, or just, cutting critical programs in the middle of a global pandemic. We know that these options are going to hurt our students. I think we've heard every single board member, Member Minnick, President Ryan, Member Garcia, all of us have talked about how these cuts will hurt students. But I also want to say, if we are told to make cuts right now, I also want us to realize, and I mentioned this earlier, is that I truly believe these are still short-term solutions. And I want to note that, as we're having these conversations, as we are in negotiation, at the end of the day, the folks that actually win this debate is not our teachers, it's not our district, it's not our students, it's not our family, it's health insurance companies who are, accumulating massive profits while we're fighting each other at the local level and trying to figure out who should sacrifice more under cost cutting, right? And the longer that we wait to negotiate, I know that each day we are allowing wealthy medical corporations to win this fight and to pit us against each other. And we are only school board members. We are here at the local level. And I truly believe that, if we don't have leadership at the federal level to pass things like Medicare for all, we all lose. I mean, this is a clear example of what happens at the local level as school board members, as parents, as students. We see firsthand how this effed up system, right, does this to our families, to our teachers, to our communities. We are literally prioritizing insurance profits over the health of our teachers and the education of our students. And I truly believe that, any long-term problem of rising medical costs could easily be override by any newly negotiated deal. We can negotiate another deal, but if we don't, if we can't control the rising costs of health, we're going to be back here again. This school board is going to be back here again 10 years from now. And so I just want to say, I know these are tough times, right? And as we move forward, I hope that this board's priority is to, one, absolutely protect our students. They are our North Star, but we also have to make sure that we protect our workers, under the system that we're in and our district at all costs. We don't want state receivership because we see what that did in Oakland, right? And I know right now we all need to work with each other to find, I say, short-term solutions through negotiation with all of our partners. Because I will tell you, even if we're able to negotiate a deal right now, I really don't believe it's going to save us in the long haul. And so more now than ever, we got to band together. We got to find a solution locally, a negotiated plan. But we also all need to band together and really gear up for the fight ahead. Because at the end of the day, it is really, there's an industry that is actually driving this conversation. And I just really wanted to share that and get that off my chest because what's happening now is that we're all fighting each other locally. But I really do hope that all our labor partners, our teachers who I know care deeply, who have sacrificed in numerous negotiation deals, right? During tough times, they have given up so much to protect this district. I think we also need to acknowledge that as well. But I acknowledge that this fight now is hard because we are in the middle of a global pandemic. Audits after audits have told us we're in a structural deficit. And so we need each other. We need our labor partners. We need our parents. We need everyone to come to the table. And so, I'm hopeful though. I am hopeful because I know our teachers care. I know our parents care deeply for this district. And I know, the new board that's coming in, that's going to be their North Star is our students. And so I am hopeful. And I know that together, we're going to be able to do this, y'all. We're going to be able to pull through this if we work with each other. Again, thank you so much to all of you. And Rose, thank you so much just for your tireless work to put everything on the table so that we can see what we need to do moving forward. So thank you.
We have any other board member comments or questions? Board member Shake.
I like holding my questions till the end so that you can ask my question for me. President Ryan, could you mute yourself?
I'm happy to. Thank you.
We're getting some echo there. Anyways, thank you everyone for your questions, and thank you, Rose, for your presentation. I am not a huge financial guy, I'm not a huge math guy, but this presentation was incredibly easy to understand. And I know how much work that took, and so I'm really, really grateful for that. A lot of people have reached out to me today. I want to just echo what Member Pritchett talked about with speaking to so many constituents. I had so many constituents in my inbox this morning asking about specifically Waldorf schools. And so this is a really, really easy question. Are we closing Waldorf schools?
No, that's not one of the proposals on the list.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ramos. That puts a lot of people at ease, and for some reason they believe that. And so that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Shake. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I want to echo my appreciation for the remarkable time and energy and years of expertise that has gone into crafting this fiscal recovery plan between Rose Ramos, Jackie Canfield, Terry Ryland, Nick Schweitzer, and Tammy Sanchez. We have more than 100 years of fiscal expertise around school budgeting. And, it's gravely needed in one of the most difficult situations that our district has ever faced. I do want to say we're about to hear a series of public comments related to proposed fiscal recovery plan cuts that include potential cuts to the gifted and talented education program, the career technical education program, arts education, dual language immersion, looking at things like the potential of not eliminating Waldorf programs, but eliminating positions per the collective bargaining agreement, class size maximums. And we are doing this all under the constraints of our supplemental concentration dollars after a period where we have arguably avoided fiscal catastrophe based on the fact that we benefited from years of increased investment under LCFF. One-time funds and not ongoing sustainable expenditures. And I say all of that because as our community, our families, our children are distressed by the discussion, and rightfully so, around potential cuts in a fiscal recovery plan that would not rely upon negotiated savings, I think we as a board really have a moral imperative to say, what is our obligation to students? If our obligation is to simply avoid receivership, and yet to avoid receivership, we make choices that include decimating programs that are key to both enrollment and retention. And I want to say enrollment because we have families who have the means and can afford to leave for other districts, for private schools, for charter schools that will. And retention because we have students who only attend school every day because of their ability to access caring adults through youth development and other enrichment, which is still far underfunded compared to neighboring districts because we have historically operated at 91 cents on every dollar for salary and benefits, 90 cents now, with very little left over to invest in students and families, in particular those most vulnerable. I think it is sad that we continue to debate the validity of the budget crisis. And I think that Rose did a phenomenal job outlining the reality and the choices that we have before us. I will just say, you know, upon Board Member Vang's compelling call to action for our labor partners and community members to come together to find a solution, we have two paths. We have a path that acknowledges the very real structural deficit that has been well documented for decades and will in fact address healthcare inequities that could in the long term ensure we have an ability to reinvest in our students. Or we could choose catastrophic cuts that will, make no doubt, harm the most vulnerable among us, harm the students and school sites that do not have the ability to fundraise, to backfill and supplement the student supports necessary to ensure that our students both meet their academic potential and are motivated to continue to learn. And I, for one, do not see with those two options before us as a board member making that part of the legacy that those of us who will be leaving the board choose to pursue. And so this is not an action item tonight. This is an information item. I appreciate the transparency and the work that has gone into this discussion and this menu of options for consideration. But I don't really think they're options. We have one path, which is a path that really recognizes that we will never have the ability to pierce through a culture that has prioritized adult wants over student needs. And another path that says we reject the notion that we will make cuts on the backs of students and the most vulnerable among us, and will in fact demand as a community, as educators, as staff members, as students across the district, that we achieve the negotiated solutions that put us in line with the majority of school districts across the state. With that, we're going to take public comments. As I shared, we are going to do 1 minute per public comment, up to 15 minutes per topic area within this public comment around the fiscal recovery plan.
And President Ryan, if I can just ask either Ms. Moretti or Ms. Allen to kind of just describe how the public comments have been grouped per your request, so that the board has a sense of what's coming here and how we've divided those public comments.
Yes, I can answer that. We have 4 live public comments, and the written public comments are divided with the bulk being the Waldorf schools, and less than 15 comments each. We have specialty schools comments, general comments on the budget, comment on AP classes, and a few comments on visual and performing art. And
perfect. Oh, sorry, perfect, Ann. Thank you. So you will read those public comments up to 15 minutes, 1 minute per comment. All of the comments will be archived online for the public.
Yes. And our first public comment, live public comment, is from Michael Bedard.
Hey, good evening, members. My name is Michael Bedard. I'm a parent at A.M. Wynn Public Waldorf School. I acknowledge how difficult this decision must be for you all. But I think right now is just not the time to look at cutting any programs. Our district excels because of the variety of offerings to students and families from every background. So I just beg your forbearance to not cut these programs that help children make connections to beauty and joy in this really ugly time in our lives.
Thank you. Our next live comment is from Damian Harmony.
Am I live?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 2 years ago, you, as a board, threatened to cut arts and music across the board in order to fix a budget that you claimed was heading into the red, except that it wasn't. The prior year, you drove it into the red due to poorly planned projects, a spending spree that saw you paying out unused vacation time with no regard to what students needed at that time. Students came to the board meeting, having made videos of their pleas, some crying in front of you. They begged you not to cut something that has a proven link to improve mental health and academic achievement. Fast forward to now, you're presently unnecessarily endangering my brothers and sisters in the classified staff, forcing many of them to go work on site despite Sacramento being in the red all summer and in the purple now. You don't value their lives. Any claim to the contrary is demonstrably false. Last week, you sent out a memo that narrowly defined the reasons for which we'd be able to refuse to return to work, again, despite the growing and alarming trend all over that we were headed into the purple tier again. You had but to look around and see that, and you didn't. And here you are again, threatening to cut the same programs at a time when suicide interventions are skyrocketing. So let's recap. You're forcing workers to put their lives on the line when you won't meet in person. You're threatening to cut programs to fix an imaginary budget crisis, demonstrably true because out of the 8 years that you've been here, Member Pritchett, 7 of the 8, you've all been wrong about the budget. You threaten to cut them, programs which have a proven history of aiding students' mental health. And your sloth toward finding negotiated solutions have allowed over 30 members of your workforce to contract COVID with multiple deaths. You are so dangerously divorced from reality.
Thank you, Mr. Harmony. If you could please wrap it up.
You are so dangerously divorced from reality that you are endangering lives through neglect, direct action, and apathy. You are not leaders. You are not stewards. You run the same con every year and hope that we can't do math, which is something that's going to become true.
Thank you, Mr.
Because
Damian.
you've refused to
Thank
fund.
you, Mr. Damian. Your
Yeah,
time
I
is
have a last name, not just a first name. Thank you very much. You have refused to fund textbooks. You have refused to buy textbooks, despite parking $93 million in the textbooks. You are not
Harmony,
out of
you are
money.
past your time. Thank you very much.
So are you.
Our next live comment is from John Rees or Riaz.
It's Reese. Thank you. I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to speak. And Mr. Aguilar, I'm kind of new to this game, so anyhow, I'm here because I have a daughter who is an AM-WIN special needs student. I'm here also because my son goes to Carver. My son has benefited quite well through Carver and their curriculum. My daughter, I even spent a year being a volunteer aide for her at AM-WIN before COVID. I have nothing but high praise for the principal and the staff that have helped us through this. They're a great school, and it would be a tragedy to shut them down.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Our last live comment is from Sarah Williams Kingsley, and she is speaking with Renee Webster Hawkins, Grace Trujillo, Angel Garcia, and Angie Sutherland.
Good evening, board and superintendent. In the spring of 2019, in the middle of these discussions that other speakers are referencing about insolvency and budget cuts, music, visual and performing arts, gifted and talented education, et cetera, we're all on the chopping block. And as Mr. Harmony mentioned, the community and students made impassioned pleas to save their beloved programs over the course of multiple meetings. Before the cuts to the programs were made, though, the district consultant, Jackie Canfield, informed the board that even if they cut the programs, the funds couldn't be used to close the budget gap because the programs were funded through restricted supplemental funds, if I'm recalling correctly. 18 months later, here we are again, and the items are still on a list of possible cuts to close the budget gap. So my question is, has anything changed about the funding of these programs that would suggest that cutting them now saves the district money? If it wouldn't have saved the district money 18 months ago, what changed? It feels like Groundhog Day. Like we keep having this same cycle of conversations and we never get anywhere. And I'm really disappointed that so many board members tonight asked the community to come together yet again. We've been there. We're participating. We keep coming to you and asking you for more information and for data and for explanations of what actually is happening at these site levels and with these programs, and we get nothing. The only time that gate has been mentioned in 2 years of following board meetings is when it's on the chopping block. You haven't asked for an update on the program or which students are being served. Not once in 2 years. I asked the program coordinator. She said she hasn't presented to the board outside of budget in 4 years. Why aren't we hearing updates so that we can evaluate these programs outside of whether a few $1,000s or a few $100,000 is going to make a difference on whether they're implemented? There needs to be better oversight moving forward about what we're actually paying for and where the money is going and whether we want to continue spending it. Thank you.
Thank you. The remaining comments are written. So I'm going to set the clock for 1 minute each. And the first comment is from Sarah Bailey and says, "My name is Sarah Bailey and I am the parent of 2 children attending AM Wynn Public Waldorf. It has come to my attention that the district has placed our school on the list of potential schools/programs/positions that could be cut. AM Wynn is the only Title I public Waldorf school in the nation. We transferred to SUSD to enroll in AM Wynn 8 years ago during its second year transitioning to a public Waldorf school. This transition happened after the district placed Wynn on a list of schools slated to be shut down as a means to make cuts in the district budget. The neighborhood and school community did not let that happen. They fought for the school to stay open to serve their families and helped create the plan to transition to a Waldorf school. Our family chose AM Wynn Public Waldorf because it puts into practice many of the values and ideologies SUSD claims to uphold." Next comment is from Christine Olmsted and says, "This comment is in regard to the suggested closing of the 3 Waldorf schools in our district. I have been involved with this community for 15 years, first as a parent and now as a teacher at Alice Burney. Waldorf curriculum is based in the belief that education should be about the whole child. We are hearing in current research, e.g. Linda Darling Hammond, that this is the approach that is necessary to best educate children. With their mind, bodies, and hearts are all equally important in the educational process. Waldorf curriculum teaches academics using lessons that often incorporate art and movement to engage the different learning modalities of a diverse student population. Connecting children to academics through their senses and feeling life is important to the task of making them curious, lifelong learners, the goal of most teachers. We are actually engaging students in the way research is suggesting students be engaged to accomplish this." Next comment is from Alice Lanier and says, "Hello, my name is Alice Lanier and I am proud to be a student at George Washington Carver School of Arts and Science. I came to Carver freshman year because I wanted to continue my Waldorf education in a small school environment. Carver has been the perfect fit. Every single teacher wants me and every single student to succeed and really understand and learn the topics, not just memorize facts and spew them back on a test. I commute all the way from Davis, a 45-minute drive down I-80 every morning. If that doesn't show dedication to education and my school, I don't know what does. Lots of my classmates commute from out of district to attend Carver. I know they are all beyond grateful for the support and sense of belonging of the Carver community. George Washington Carver is a special place where students like me come to learn and grow in a safe, supportive, creative, and most importantly, growing environment. The next comment is from Jason Roberts and says, I am writing in regard to agenda item 9.1, which implies potential closure of some schools in the district. I understand that the district and the state face an unprecedented budget crisis, and I understand the need to make difficult budgetary choices. However, school closures should not be included in those decisions. My children attend Alice Burney, which likely falls under the, quote, alternative education, unquote, designation. Alice Burney and other Waldorf-inspired schools offer rich and equity-driven educational programs, including arts programs discontinued by many other schools. As such, Alice Burney continues to be a highly regarded and sought-after school, which is made clear by its continued lengthy waiting list. In fact, in 2015, Stanford researcher Linda Darling Hamilton's study of Alice Burney showed how the school effectively, quote, addresses students' academic, social, emotional, physical, and creative development, unquote. The next comment is from David Boy and says, I am deeply concerned to hear that SUSD is considering scaling back and possibly even closing its Waldorf program. SUSD's Waldorf schools are a source of pride. They are bold, necessary steps to match our education system with the demands of the 21st century. In today's creative/knowledge-based economy, a curriculum geared toward holistic education better prepares our children than the traditional 3 R's left-brained teach to the test model. The Waldorf focus on building empathy will be crucial in a society going through demographic and cultural upheaval, not to mention the challenges we all face as climate change forces us to address our very way of life. I want to speak specifically about our child's school, A.M. Wynn. I spent my childhood in a range of Sacramento public/private schools, from Fairbanks Elementary. The next public comment is from Selena Baramita and says, our family chose Alice Burney Waldorf for many reasons, one being the balance of curriculum and how the whole child is educated, from their heart to their hands to their head to the nature around us. The greatest gift is being given the opportunity for a Waldorf education as a public school. We are confident that each family in this community is capable of providing support in any way they can. The next public comment is from Adrian Amers and says, my child attends Carver. They have found the small school very accepting, understanding, and accommodating of them as being LGBTQ. Should Carver close, our only option is to homeschool. The next comment is from Ashley Simona and says, the idea of cutting music programs or anything from our kids is not the right solution. To continue to cut programs for our schools is to wipe out what this whole department/board is about, our children. You should be focused on what else you can give them, not what else you can take away. I have also heard it mentioned that there is talk of closing A.M. Wynn, Carver, and Burney, which is not the answer to your problem. This is the only alternative to learning that our children have. Ask yourself and each board member on the panel how they learn best, whether it is auditory, kinesthetic, or visual. I can guarantee that each of you learn differently, and the way you learn best will change depending on the subject and your familiarity with it. So if adults learn differently, then understand that our kids do too. So they need and deserve the alternative education options that is Waldorf. Next public comment is from Gus Bailey and says, I have been going to A.M. Wynn for 8 years, and honestly, it's like my home away from home. Why I think it's important to keep my class and my teacher, Mrs. Reed, is because Mrs. Reed has really helped me through all the tough times in school, and my friends are like my second family. Some of them, like Roman and Michaela, I have known for 7 or 8 years. Why I think it's important to go to a Waldorf school is because I have some stress issues and patience is not my strong suit. And it's because it's Waldorf, it doesn't have as much work time as non-Waldorf schools. So when I am feeling stressed, it really helps me to take a walk, or sometimes we are in recess, so I can go and relieve that stress by shooting hoops. I think AM Win is a great school, also because during COVID-19, Mrs. Reed hasn't given me too much work because that would just be something else to get done. Thank you, AM Win. The next comment is from Selena Baramita and says, our family chose Alice Burney Waldorf for many reasons. One being the balance of curriculum and how the whole child is educated, from their heart to their hands to their head to the nature around us. The greatest gift is being given the opportunity for a Waldorf education as a public school. We are confident that each family in this community is capable of providing support in any way they can. The next comment is from Elizabeth Giorso. My name is Beth Giorso, and I am an English teacher at George Washington Carver School of Arts and Sciences. I hope the district and the board are aware of the wonderful program we have at our small school. I have been involved in guiding seniors and juniors through the college search and application process, and I am impressed with the preparation Carver provides. As of last year, despite closures due to COVID, graduating seniors had the opportunity to earn up to 24 units of transferable credit for college. Students could earn 18 units through our ACE program, a partnership with Sac State, which has allowed students to take their regularly scheduled English, government, history, and science classes for college credit. Folsom Lake Community College also collaborated with us to offer 2 semesters of on-site instruction in 2 psychology classes. Seniors expressed gratitude to have this opportunity, as it meant financial savings for many and gave them a head start in completing college requirements, all while staying on campus. The next comment is from Brianna Chavez and says, Waldorf education changed my life for the better. There are so many things I got to do and learn that a lot of my friends didn't get to experience. I always talk about how I got to play so many instruments, cook, knit, garden, and a lot of those things helped me today in life. I teach so many of my friends with kids things I learned when I was young, and they love it. Please do not make cuts. Our kids need more Waldorf education. The next comment is from Lauren Saldivar and says, my child is an 8th grade student at AM Win, which his sister now attends 3rd grade as well. He will be transferring to Carver High School next year, which is our only SCUSD high school choice. He has been in the Waldorf system at AM Win since 2nd grade, and if Carver is not an option, we will be leaving SUSD and transferring to private homeschooling as an alternative. The next comment is from Sharon Cordell and says, the specialty programs provided at Alice Burney Waldorf Inspired Elementary School are funded by the parents. These programs help develop the child's physical and mental growth. Programs such as woodworking and gardening not only teach a child a new skill, they are fun and provide confidence. It exposes the child to a new experience that they would otherwise not receive at a standard public school. Closing the school and sending pupils off to another crowded school would be a great loss. Students at AB learn differently and loop, stay with the same teacher, with their beloved teacher their whole academic career. Standardized public school curriculum will be alien to our kids and cause an even more backslide in their education than distance learn. Please find another way to your fiscal problems. Don't punish the kids at any of these schools and crush their futures. The next comment is from Lana Marin and says, I am an alumni of John Morse Public Waldorf School, Sacramento's first public Waldorf school, and my 2 children are currently students at Alice Burney Public Waldorf School. I have witnessed many former public Waldorf students go on to be incredible citizens of the community, from entrepreneurs and educators to scientists, activists, caregivers, public servants, and everything in between. Public Waldorf education will be more vital than ever as the world continues to change rapidly in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. Waldorf educated students develop creativity and problem-solving skills that will give them an advantage in a rapidly changing world. Additionally, specialty programs such as art and music, which are funded entirely by parent contributions, contribute to a well-rounded education, and further the development of important social emotional development.
Sorry, Anne, can I interrupt you real quick? President Ryan, considering the time, it's 10:28, we'll need to extend the meeting. I'll put in the motion to extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, and continuing, the next public comment is from Anna Tigranian, and it says, I am writing concerning the possible closure of AM Win. I have 2 young children in the Waldorf program that is part of your district. I heard that the 3 schools are facing closure, and I am shocked. When I became a parent, I had no clue what to do. I turned to parenting books to help me navigate my new world. One of my favorites was a book called Simplicity Parenting by Kim John Payne. I fell in love with his tactics. He said that a Waldorf education used these techniques. I decided then that I was going to make sure my children were raised in the Waldorf program. Luckily, the SUSD had these types of schools. I had to go through the integration transfer process to get my kids into the school. The process was tedious. I had to take a few vacation days off work to complete it, but it was well worth the hard work. The American education system ranks 27th among the world, and I believe the reason for such a low ranking is due to the fact that kids are forced to learn things that their brains aren't developed enough to handle. And it looks like we've reached 15 minutes on that bulk of comments on just the Waldorf schools and the schools in general. So I'll go to the next categories. And the first one is specialty schools. And the first comment is from Amelia Saavedra and says, specialty schools offer a different but extremely valued form of education. Do not cut funding. And the next comment is from Rachel Darling and says, it is unacceptable that school closures and removing specialty programs are even presented as an option to correct the failure in the school district leadership to balance our budget. Where is all the money that is being saved from not having to pay substitutes? If money needs to be moved around, then it needs to be top down. Pay cuts and closures at an administrative level. Stop punishing teachers and students for your inability to manage your responsibilities. And the next subject is just on the budget in general. And the first comment is from David Fisher from SCTA. And it says, good evening, I'm David Fisher, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. 2 weeks ago, we had the opportunity to depose Mike Fine, the CEO of California's Fiscal Management Assistance Team, FICMAT, related to an alleged SUSD Brown Act violation. Our attorney asked Mr. Fine about his scathing emails to Board President Ryan and Superintendent Aguilar in March 2019. As Mr. Fine explained, he was extremely concerned that when he wrote those emails in March 2019, despite his repeated requests, the district still had not developed a fiscal recovery plan. He then added, and I'm paraphrasing, and they still haven't up to the present. The so-called plan presented tonight likewise doesn't meet any objective standard of a real plan. The district still is not addressing the administrative bloat. The school board continues to approve new administrative positions, a new assistant superintendent for business services, and others. In March 2019, School Board President Ryan introduced a resolution that was passed unanimously that included the following. District Superintendent Jorge Aguilar has agreed to forego any salary increase allowed under his employment agreement until the district receives either a qualified or positive certification as defined in Education Code Section 42131, Subdivision A1. And then 1 year later, this board approved a $34,000 increase in Mr. Aguilar's total compensation as if the previous resolution never existed. That $34,000, by the way, is more than enough to offset the $25,000 savings the district would achieve by cutting into its dual immersion program. Tonight's plan is yet another attempt to manipulate numbers by a leadership team with a proven history of misleading the public, with the full support of Dave Gordon and SCOE. For the last 3 years, this board, superintendent, and SCOE have stated that the district is on the brink of insolvency, and yet the district today has a reserve fund of $93 million, the highest in its history, and that doesn't account for the $101.3 million the district has parked in its books and supplies line item, which more than addresses the purported $50 million shortfall. Fortunately, in less than 1 month, we have 3 new school board members who will be helping to lead the district, leaders not compromised by potential conflicts of interest or a need to manipulate numbers for their own political agenda. We look forward to working with the new school board to transform Sac City into a district that is fiscally well managed, with a priority to putting resources where they belong, in the classroom. The next comment is from Judy Turner and says, if ever there should be a surplus in the budget for our schools, it should be now. Distance learning is in place, which prevents the use of the school cafeteria, supplies, field trips, and a mountain of other costs of running a thriving school. I object to and question any closing or reducing of personnel or any other cost-cutting effort when there should be an abundance of budget funds available due to these distance learning restrictions. I believe an audit is called for, as there must be serious accounting mismanagement. The next comment is from Kara Sinhorst, and she says, good evening. I would like to help solve the district's fiscal problems. First, since the district spends approximately $11 million on books and supplies in a normal year, perhaps they should take the remaining $90 million from that budget and spread it around to help cover the deficit. Second, according to FCMAT and the B, the district has roughly 550 vacant positions, half or more of which they do not intend to fill. Why not close those positions? And the next time the teachers union offers to save you $12 million via changes to their health care plan, maybe take that offer. Every year we are told cheerfully from this dais that well-loved programs are on the chopping block, and we simply must take away teachers' health care lest we are taken over by the state. Then every year, miraculously, you save the programs, and we are grateful for your heroism, but the looming specter of takeover never recedes. Just like take FCMAT's advice about position control. The next comment is from Allison French Tubo. She says, Superintendent Aguilar and board members, I know that all of you understand that the district's financial situation is like a railroad train that has been moving along a rickety track. It's a less than ideal situation that has been survivable as long as one-time funds and reserves keep being used to replace railroad ties and reconnect rails. But this track has been getting worn down for a long time, and derailment, otherwise known as losing local control and increasing indebtedness by taking a loan from the state to meet minimum reserve requirements, is more and more likely. Sure, it's true that some years that fewer ties have been needed than predicted, or that the costs of repairs have been less than budgeted, but the fact that the annual costs exceed the annual income has not changed. I hope the incoming board members understand this too, because otherwise they are going to be in the unfortunate position of thinking their role is to crack champagne open to christen new locomotives, when really it's their responsibility to make the tough decisions to prevent the train from coming off the track. The next comment is from Tara Thronson and says, tonight we face our well-documented structural deficit. If it remains unaddressed, we are on a path to state receivership. If this happens, we all lose: the district, teachers, unions, business community, parents, and most of all, our students. We have reached the point in the process where hard decisions must be made. We can't let hard decisions and adult disagreements harm the education of thousands of students. I recognize there will be cuts. I want the necessary cuts and budget solution to be developed by our local leaders and decision makers, not by an appointed administrator who will be tasked with finding solutions to both resolve our structural deficit and pay back a state loan with interest. We can't let this district go into receivership. Now is the time to do all you can to reduce our structural deficit and minimize the impacts to students, both with the decisions before you today and with negotiated savings. And the next comment is from Ursula DeWitt. And she says, these cuts only further the already devastating learning loss happening. Highly paid administrators should take the pay cut for our scholars, not services. The budget cuts don't align with the district message to put kids first. Revamp the budget to reflect reality, starting with the LCA plan recommendations submitted to Sacramento County of Education. Implement all recommendations of the Black Parallel School Board. The next comment is from Kishi Hatton and says, what I cannot understand is how Jorge has the audacity to put an article on the SUSD website talking about a budget, yet he keeps receiving raises. How is it you can fix your pen to write such madness, yet you cannot balance a budget nor get an agreeable contract signed between our teachers and the district? If you ask me, what needs to be cut is Jorge and his salary to release funding so it may be appropriated correctly. These kids matter. These kids, you all were voted in for them. These kids matter. You all were voted in for them. Jorge, you have done nothing but line your pockets while screaming the district broke all at the same time. I'm confused. How dumb do you think parents are? This is such a disgrace that at a time like this during a pandemic, Jorge would even consider taking yet another raise, knowing how, quote, broke the district is, unquote. I'm trying to understand how long is this madness, and I mean sick madness, supposed to continue? And that was the last comment on the budget. We have a comment on AP classes, and it says, please do not cut the AP classes and exams for high school students with a goal to attend a traditional four-year university. AP classes and exams are a way to prepare for college, excel, be competitive with applicants from better funded schools, districts / high schools, and mitigate the high cost of universities. By SUSD covering the fee and providing the classes, low and middle income families, foster youth, and disadvantaged communities are better served and given a tremendous gift for the future. The district must do a better job to serve GATE identified kids at all high schools and not just the kids at West Campus. If not, kids will be left behind and more financially secure families will continue to jump ship for private San Juan and Elk Grove unified schools. And the last category is on visual and performing arts. And the first comment is from Emily Dance and says the arts are not optional and they should not be under consideration during budget cuts any more than math or English should be. The arts are essential. They are the, quote, secret sauce, unquote, to get kids to show up for school, engage in learning, and build the essential life skills that are necessary for youth to succeed in our future workforce. Perhaps most importantly, the arts teaches our students empathy and understanding, acceptance and kindness. And now more than ever in our world, we need this. We need to be teaching our children to be kind, creative, and open-minded adults, because otherwise those, quote, core subjects of math and English, science, and social studies will not be used to their fullest potential. For many students, art is where students find their voice, whether it be through movement, a brush stroke, or the strumming of strings. It's where students learn that hard work can be so rewarding as they take a triumphant bow in front of an applauding audience. The next comment is from Jack Mitchell, and it says, it is appalling to think that the students who live in the state capital will be denied access to arts and career technical education because adults can't put students' interests ahead of their own. And how can you as Board of Education members let this happen on your watch? All districts in the state are having tough financial times, but no other large urban district has seen eliminating arts and career readiness programs as a viable alternative to balancing their budgets. It's time to put students first, and it is the responsibility of the board to protect the interests of their students. The next comment is from Allison Cagely and says, Friends of Sacramento Arts respectfully request that you do not eliminate the VAPAC/music teachers funding from the budget. Students thrive when they have access to the arts. Studies show that students who have the arts as a part of their education are 5 times less likely to drop out of school, have lower rates of misconduct, misconduct have 3 times higher attendance rates. The arts are critical to those students in Title I schools who may not have any other arts education exposure. California's state education code promises every K-12 student classes in music, dance, theater, and visual art, yet according to the latest data, only 39% of students get to participate in those classes. Low-income Black and Brown students and rural students have even lower participation rates. Access to the arts is linked to higher attendance rates and lower dropout rates and achievement in literacy math skills. And the final public comment is from Megan Wygant and says, I am writing to strongly oppose the proposed cuts to the visual and performing arts programs at SCUSD. As executive director of CLARA, C-L-A-R-A Studios, an ongoing partner in supporting and building SCUSD's arts education initiatives, I can tell you that cutting arts programming would be disastrous for our most vulnerable students. Our district has struggled with a documented performance gap between the achievement levels of high-income students and those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. High school testing, performance, and graduation rates for our most vulnerable students is embarrassingly low. Nationwide studies have shown that one of the most consistent ways to repair achievement gaps like this is through the arts. When a student from a low-income household is provided with an education that includes regular exposure to dance, music, and theater, magic happens. SAT scores are, on average, 100 points higher. High school dropout rates are 5 times lower, and college matriculation rates are twice that of their economic peers without the benefit of arts education. And that's the final public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. This was an information-only item. We'll be taking action at the next board meeting. We are now moving on to item 9.2, the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan Update, which will be provided this evening by Stephen Ramirez-Fong and Vincent Harris.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris, Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability. I'm joined this evening by Mr. Stephen Ramirez-Fong, who's our LCAP SIPSA coordinator. Tonight, we'll provide an update on the Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan. The essence of our update is actually, this is part of a continuum, if you will. So the plan was adopted by the board on September 17th. After that process, we had an additional cycle of sharing and information receiving and some revisions through our Sacramento County Office of Education. And ultimately, we've brought those updates to you this evening. What's really important, though, as we think about this plan is that the plan itself was a one-time snapshot, but we're actually using it as part of our continuum in building our next 3-year LCAP, or Local Control Accountability Plan. And so tonight we'll give you a sense of the final feedback that we received and also give you the go-forward plan that as you think about this presentation tonight, it's really a part of an arc. That started in September. We have a presentation tonight. We will actually have another presentation, which will be more of the update overall in preparation for our LCAP in January or February. And then, of course, obviously, this will culminate in the new strategic planning process that will be adopted by this board in June of 2021. Go to the next slide. So again, as we think about tonight's presentation, we'll do a little bit of context setting, but really give you a sense of some of the revisions that we heard, and then outline basically our key process steps as we think about really transforming and using this plan as kind of a stepping stone in creating our overall strategic planning through our LCAP. Go to the next slide. So as we think about our learning continuity and attendance plan, which was established by Senate Bill 98 and of course signed into law in June of 2020, it really is an ambitious plan in terms of really a multi-tiered approach to supporting our students in terms of addressing gaps in learning, obviously being clear, these are exact verbatims from the state legislation, providing access to necessary devices and connectivity, continuing to support, obviously, the base needs of our students with school meals, and conducting meaningful stakeholder engagement, which all those things took place during the summer. What I'll speak to here is that really we've accomplished the plan. It was the snapshot plan, if you will, but what was really important, particularly in the stakeholder engagement, and kind of ties to many things we've heard this evening, is that it's given us the basis of a needs assessment of what our community really values. And so that stakeholder engagement really is not, of course, limited to this plan, but it's really the foundation for other things that we'll be speaking to as we present the updates over the next few board meetings that we come back to you on. With that, I'll turn over to Mr. Ramirez-Fong, and he'll take you deeper in terms of what we exactly heard in the feedback cycle for this plan.
Thank you, Chief Harris, and good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and community. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes some of the key revisions made to the plan following the public hearing on September 3rd and prior to the approval. So this was part of the previous presentation, but we did want to recap that we did expand detail for student schedules, meal eligibility, discipline practices, LGBTQ plus supports, screening on sites, closing criteria, information specific to students with disabilities, and some of the cover sheet language regarding labor-related negotiations. Next slide, please. Following the approval on September 17th of the LCA plan, it was submitted to the Sacramento County Office of Education. And over the following weeks, staff from district met with colleagues from SCOE to receive feedback on various elements of the plan. And that did inform some revisions. And we'll be sharing those updates tonight. After providing the updated version to SCOE, as Chief Harris noted, we received confirmation that our plan does meet the requirements of Senate Bill 98, and SCOE did not provide any formal recommendations to be considered by the board. Next slide, thank you. So given some of the past input from stakeholders that we've heard here previously at board meetings, as well as feedback from SCOE, legal staff were consulted and supported the revisions of the cover page language and other elements that were relevant to the negotiations context. So the next two slides summarize some of the major updates that were made since the approval and in consultation with SCOE in response to other feedback. A major modification was the statement on the cover page. That was again to address the labor-related negotiations context. It was expanded and now includes a link to the district's webpage that details the differences between the proposals and when negotiations were still in progress. And it also clarifies the current context in which negotiations are no longer in progress. The district has implemented the plan. Appreciations to legal staff for all their support. We also expanded content specific to English learners in the pupil learning loss and the supports for pupils with unique needs sections, and appreciations to multilingual literacy staff and curriculum and instruction staff for their guidance and support. We also included some updated content specific to learning hubs, particularly since those were implemented since the plan approval. We also updated content for on-site instruction specific to students with disabilities, appreciations to student support and health services and the special education department for that guidance. And additionally, there was some expenditure information updated. Thank you to budget staff for that support. The change in projected expenditures for air purification units has been discussed here at the board, presented by budget staff, and the update to the matriculation and orientation center reflects the accurate 2021 amount after correcting for some one-time dollars that were previously present and are not actually part of the 2021 budget. SCOE also provided guidance on the status of specific actions that were considered contributing under their previous guidance, but then since revised, given the requirement that supplemental and concentration grant dollars be included in an action to be considered contributing under the LCA plan status. Here, I just wanted to circle back to Chief Harris's point that this is part of continuum, and we will be back presenting on LCA or Learning Continuity Attendance Plan content again in the future. California Department of Education staff recently made available a draft of the annual update that will be completed as part of this year's Lcap process. And that annual update includes two components, one being the 2019-20 Lcap as a look back at the previous year, and also report on the 2021 Learning Continuity Attendance Plan, which we're discussing here. This latter component will require extensive reporting on the LCA plan outcomes, and it'll include a reporting of the estimated actual expenditures, description of successes and challenges experienced in implementation of the actions, a description of any substantive differences in planned actions and the actual implementation of actions, explanation of material differences in expenditures, and lastly, and most importantly, to Chief Harris's point, an explanation of how the lessons we've learned have informed the development of our goals and actions in the next 3-year LCAP. So again, this is part of that arc or continuum, both the stakeholder input as well as the lessons we'll have learned during this distance learning process and the implementation of these actions.
So in wrapping up, really what we're signaling here is the continuum. So as much as the LCA plan was meant to be a one-time document, really as you think about kind of this continuum that started actually through the May period where we had the COVID written report, there really has been this kind of shift, if you will, of really recognizing that kind of these momentary reports really help inform us on kind of broad strategic elements as well. And so what you basically see is a continuity timeline in which we're acknowledging the LCA plan kind of has a natural sunset to it, but actually that's foundational for us as we move into now the strategic planning process. And so as Mr. Ramirez-Fong spoke to, we'll be bringing back to you really essence of this plan in our annual update, but equally important, we'll also be using it as part of the foundation of our community outreach and looking to use that as the base for our overall local control accountability plan. And so that work will start in earnest actually this month with our LCAP pack and then continue obviously into the winter and spring. And so with the board, we'll be bringing back to you the final LCAP for adoption targeting the June 17th, 2021 meeting. And at that point, I'll conclude the presentation and open it to potential questions.
Perfect. Thank you for that presentation. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have one live comment from Angie Sutherland. I don't see her online right now though. And we have 2 written public comments. So I'll go to the written public comments. And the first is from Rosie Jacob and says, having attended a listening session with board member Morawski where the return to school was discussed, I think the elements that are most important in order are 1, teachers who are not comfortable with the return because of health concerns for themselves or a family member should be able to continue teaching online at least until they have been vaccinated. 2, make sure that there continues to be synchronous instruction for students attending online, which involves creating a technical environment in the classroom capable of doing so. There is a model for this in the Elk Grove School District. Some students, because of risk perception, may choose to stay home, and they should not become isolated from their school community. And since students won't be attending all days, all students will benefit from continuing to engage in the classroom live while learning remotely. 3, consider models for crowded middle and high schools with indoor hallways like McClatchy that don't involve every student attending every class at school. For example, have science labs, art and music classes, and periodic exams or presentations for other classes held at school, but most instruction stayed remote. And the next comment is from Johanna Pack and says, my daughter is currently in 1st grade at Tahoe Elementary, and it is my understanding that the board is considering cutting all arts programs across this district, including shutting down many of the specialty schools. Tahoe Elementary already has almost 0 arts education. The art program is paid for by the PTA and run by volunteer parents, with the room itself as the only resource provided by the school. There is still a music teacher, and one of my favorite memories is the winter concert. She did a fantastic job with the limited time and resources she had available. Our school hasn't had a librarian in years, a fact that I found shocking. In addition, closing so many schools seems like it will lead to much larger class sizes. I realize that this district is struggling financially, but I would urge you to consider how essential the arts are for human development and the future of these students. The arts are how we as human beings make sense of the world. Human beings are not calculators or word processors, and training our children only for those roles limits their potential. And this item was marked as 9.2, but I'm sorry, it sounds like it was probably meant to be under last item 9.1. And I still do not see Angie Sutherland online. So I will read the comment. It's a group submission from Sarah Williams Kingsley, Renee Webster Hawkins, Grace Trujillo, Angel Garcia, and Angie Sutherland. And it says, we have appreciated the renewed efforts by Stephen Fong to organize and improve the Lcap PAC's access to information around the Lcap goals, data, and expenditures in order to discuss and make recommendations. Now more than ever during the efforts to adopt fiscal recovery strategies, the PAC needs this information to consider and make data-based recommendations to the board and cabinet. However, it appears the district is unable to provide some important data that would enable the PAC to understand the needs clearly to differentiate instruction across the board for the district's most underserved students, such as we are aware of the early literacy assessments and would like to know where is the data and when will it be shared. We also continue to ask for data on the district's investment of ongoing teacher-led collaborative time, which is a large line item in Lcap, to know whether or not this initiative is improving the outcomes for students that supplemental and concentration funding is meant to serve. There are districts sued because of this, and she lists a link to a website. We need to know. Thank you for your listening ear. And that's the final public comment on this item.
Perfect. Thank you for reading that. And we apologize, Ms. Sutherland. I know we're about an hour, almost an hour over. So, and do we have any board member comments? All right, seeing none, this is an informational item. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez-Fong and Mr. Harris. We appreciate your presentation. All right, item 10.0, consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? I got a motion by Member Minnick. Second. Thank you, Member Wu. This is a roll call vote. Secretary.
We have a preferential vote.
Oh, a student preferential vote. Sorry, I got to get back into that.
No worries. Yes on all open session items.
Thank you, Member Sheik.
Thank you. Member Pritchett?
Yes.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Vang?
Yes.
Member Wu?
Yes.
All right. Looks like we got everyone there. And item 11.0, business and financial information reports. Item 11.1, business and financial information. We received the information. Do we have any public comment on this?
No, no public comment.
Okay. And item 12.0, future board meetings, dates, and locations. December 10th at 4:30 for closed session and 6 o'clock for open session. And December 17th at 4:30 for closed session and 6 o'clock for open session. And before we adjourn, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Elena Vargas. She's was a Pony Express elementary student. Elena passed on Saturday after battling brain cancer. She was enrolled at Pony Express for kindergarten and went home from the hospital at the beginning of 2020. A message from her teacher, Dorothy Kazina. Elena was the strongest person I have ever met. She was asked to be braver than most of us will ever need to be, and she has shown us what true courage is. I want to thank her for all that she has taught me. Elena brought sunshine wherever she went. She was always surrounded by her friends who were no doubt drawn to her by her warm smile and effortless kindness. She was a blessing to all that knew her, and her light will continue to shine. And a message from her mother, Liz Reyes. Elena Marie Vargas was born 10/20/12. She has always been a lovable, funny, smart, and energetic little girl. In November of 2019, our hearts were shattered when we found out that she had an inoperable and incurable brain tumor, DIPG. Elena was just starting her year of first grade at Pony Express. She was excited, and especially the fact that she could finally be on the big kids playground with her older cousins. Throughout her battle, she fought with such strength to stay in school. She really loved school. She absolutely loved doing homework and adjusted to her body shutting down along with the COVID situation with such grace and patience. Elena fought for a full year despite her odds of only having a 6 to 9 month survival. She leaves behind so many loved ones, which includes her pony family and that she loves so very much. Thank you, Pony Express, for adjusting to our needs and supporting us in every way throughout her journey. As she has always been loved, and love to hear Miss D say, much love, Elena's mom. And I believe that we have her teacher, Dorothea Cozina, Miss Cozina, and her mother, Miss Reyes, on the line. Is that correct, Superintendent?
Yes, and Member Pritchett, I also want to recognize that our Pony Express principal has been on the meeting or part of the meeting as well, and want to make sure that we introduce him because he brought this to our attention, and we just feel honored that Elena's mom would allow us to adjourn in her honor. So I'd like to also ask our principal to say a few words.
I would love that. Thank you.
Thank you kindly for all of you, Superintendent, and the entire board. I like to thank you in the spirit of Thanksgiving for your energy at this late hour, for everything you do for humanity. We're very grateful. I'd like to thank Ms. Cozina and Ms. Arellano, who are actually present here, for the love they installed in Elena. And I'd like to thank her mother, Liz Reyes, present here as well, for being a hero. We're very grateful for the short few memories that we spent with her. And I'm grateful that she left a beautiful legacy behind. She loved to say much love, a line that we all use and so much needed these days. We will forever treasure the memories we've had with her. Back to you, Superintendent, and thank you so kindly for this honor of this amazing little human, an angel now. Back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those kind words. As a parent, this is a parent's worst nightmare, and we appreciate you honoring us to honor her at our board meeting. And please know that she will always be part of the SUSD family. With that, I'd like to adjourn in the memory of Elena Vargas.
Second.
Okay, can I get all in favor?
Aye.
Perfect. Meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you.